We'll get back to it then. It's CrossCode. It's pretty good in a variety of ways, and it's pretty bad in another variety of ways, but we're going to keep on going and see what else it has in store. There are some of my hopes for this game that have been a bit dashed by now. For one, we're pretty on rails with the story. For a game that's trying to emulate MMO experiences, I feel very locked out from locations. It'd be nicer if it was more like, you could go here, but you'll die horribly, like Rune Factory 4 does. And I was hoping for a massive swelling party list, where you find lots of interesting people, chat to them, and bring them on board. But again, that seems very plot-dominated. We still only have Emelita, and Citron, I think, is meant to join us at some point. God knows when. And the others are just fluff in this guild that I don't even want to be in. But hey-ho, we plod on regardless. Actually, what we do is we check Circuit City as expected. I have unspent circuit points. I have no idea what I'm really looking for around here. Let's get some range damage going in, and let's... You know what? I wish I could be eloquent about the point, but there's something I hate about skill trees like this. I don't know what it is. It's probably just the ugh when you see this. Ugh. Defense goes up by 4%. Yay. It does not spark joy. Again, I have trouble putting into better words than that, probably because I haven't sat down and thought about it. Sitting down and thinking, not really what I sign up for. Anyway, I'm keen to find where and how we progress with Sand World here. It's clearly a very clever play on the RPG tropes that we follow Ice World with Hot World. Right, here we go. We're looking for some kind of tree. There are these sandworms. Those sandworms are a bit of a pain in the arse to fight. Humans, defeat the pesky sandworm. More about human supremacy around here. We will give shiny orb for defeating. Seems like a mandatory question. Exactly. We're here for the mandatory, and I'm absolutely ignoring the non-mandatory. Enter the cave below the moon tree in the east. Okay. I can only short-term remember a few things. Tree, east, enter. I'm so sick of Emelita. As somebody pointed out, it's incredible how a game that has a mute protagonist can have so much talking. At least she's aware of it, but I wish she would be aware of it and then proceed to shut up. I can't even tell her that I'm sick of her talking, please be quiet. Now, if this was Dragon's Dogma, I could sit down with my pawns and tell them, shut the hell up. And then they will stop saying their kind ill like fire and ice both. Was it fire and lightning? Please tell me about you. Okay, well. Sod off. Leah looks so happy that she can actually say a word. I can put it into words, says Athelwyn. He doesn't like level up tree because he has to read to understand it. Oh no. But Athelwyn made a minor spelling error in what they said. So their point is ruined. I still don't understand what turtleneck here is all about. I'm actually also interested in what we are. Are we even a person? That has not been explored upon. Oh man, we're actually living my dream here. Vegetative state. Can only play games. Actually, is that really any different from real life? We recover memory, wake up in real life. You'd think I would have noticed, given that I don't seem to have a real life outside of the game. I was hoping we continue to play, but why? And why are you here? Yeah, that's what came to mind for me as well. The Purgatory guy who wished he could play games all the time. So he got stuck inside the virtual world. Interestingly enough, he died in the virtual world, which kills him in real life. So somebody else gets to take over his wish. Purgatory was so much fun. Okay, it was about 30% anime questions, but I really liked the presentation, the stories that it told. I wonder if they're still making games. They made a few games. They made like a budget WarioWare game, which I also rather enjoyed. Just enjoyed the games in general. And they also made this kind of meta museum full of all of the cutting room floor droppings from their games, which was really cool. But yeah, Purgatory was the cream of their particular crop. Would it be heaven if the only real game you could play was an MMO? Depends on the MMO. I sunk a lot of time into Tribal Wars, and I'm a huge Urban Dead fan. Sadly, Urban Dead is now fully dead, courtesy of new UK laws. The game was developed by a Brit, and as the UK becomes more and more draconian, running a social game like that became a bit too much of a headache. And Tribal Wars, I eventually came to my senses. I think the amount I controlled directly was something like 350 villages, and that was part of a larger clan as well. And there was just that morning where I woke up and thought, what the hell am I doing with my life? I have to spend like an hour every day sorting through all this stuff. Why am I doing this? And then, just like that, I logged out and never logged back in. It was surprisingly easy. And I've never felt the itch since to go back. Okay, these people are talking, and I am reading it, but I'm not digesting anything that's going on here, because it's just a load of nonsense. It's shoehorn things like this that I find borderline offensive in games. So I have been doing nothing but pressing X for 5 minutes. Whilst the game decides what I'm going to be doing on my behalf. It really gives me an appreciation for games that just let you off the leash from the get-go. And yeah, you might crash and burn, but that's all part of the learning experience, just like real life. Right. I know we just talked, but are you actually going to join me? You're waiting at the west entrance. Alright, I'm glad you told me that again, because I didn't pay attention the first time. So we pick you up in the west, we grab Emelita, and then we go dungeon diving. Although I wonder if we're going to split up, since it's supposedly... what was the term again? I don't know, something... Instance, that's right. Different instances for different people. Oh, please no. Apparently the newest game is Ambidextro from May 2025, a multiplayer game for a single player. Learn to control 2 characters at the same time. Yagamoth would do that very easily. He can do 1 player, 2 controller stuff. Naturally. Anyway, I'm not accepting any of this awful side quests. It has all just been variety of fetch me hog anuses, and I am far from interested in that. I'm a little interested in all this trade stuff that we have, but I don't know. What purpose does the trade have other than make you backtrack to get ingredients? For things that you swiftly replace anyway? Because we have had instances of going out of our way to get equipment and then we instantly just find considerably better. This bovine armor, on the other hand, that could certainly do with being upgraded, but all in due time. What does really... I realize it sounds like I'm doing nothing but smack talking the game. Something I do really like in this game is the focus on exploration, though. You see something that's out of reach, and it's rather fun to think about, how do we get there? That said, that guy, he said it was in the western part of something or other. How west can one go? There you are. Tronny! Oh man, we're really taking the dregs onto the team. I wonder if you could have done the tree quest before meeting up with them. Ah, she's offline. Dealing with IRL stuff, no doubt. Well, it's good to know that the Purgatory devs are still making games, so I will likely go and check that out. Although it's strange that I missed it, considering it came out, what, a year ago? May 2025, huh? Pick up the pace, Tronny. He's got a weird way of running, so he does. Right, did I completely misunderstand this quest here? I thought we were meant to leave at the east, but maybe it's another kind of east. Talk to me. I keep my quest list nice and short. Enter the cave below the pink-coloured maroon tree in the east of... the east of Maroon Valley, not the east of this place. Fortunately, I'm on the case. Oh, we've already been there, no doubt. Yes, that's right. We saw you and you said bugger off. Well, now I'm the one to bugger in. Please defeat the red sandworm. It's dangerous. It'll drop a strange item. The sandworms seem to burn up pretty well. Oh, they also counter. Also, can I give you instructions? I like it when people are offensive. And I also like it when they just do as they please. Just in general, I like it in games when my AI compatriots at least act like they think for themselves. What are you babbling about? There's running water. There are lakes. Think everything would flood. Yeah, so again, it looks like it breaks from fire. Squishy teeth. All too easy. That said, mistakes were made breaking you over there. That's not the only mistake being made. I wonder why they made death have so little consequence. Maybe they thought it'd be frustrating being sent back for dying, but it doesn't instill much of a sense of urgency to perform well. And as far as I can tell, there's not a harder mode. In fact, there are options to make the game considerably easier. To the tune of reducing incoming damage by 80%. I'm trying to think if I've ever played a game on Games Journalist difficulty, where you just stomp everything as you go along. I suppose it would be convenient to experience the plot if you were god-awful at the game or just not interested in the gameplay. But on the rare occasions when that happens, where I find a game where I'm marginally invested in how it goes, but I just have no desire to play it at all, I just watch a playthrough. I just search game, long play, no commentary. Done and dusted. And the no commentary part's very important to me. I'm aware how it must come across, but I far prefer no commentary runs. Worms have 5 hearts, like real worms. Once again, you exist to make me want Emelita back with all your talking. Yeah, sometimes I wish I just did no commentary runs, but I would probably find that a little eerie myself. I quite enjoy the banter. That's probably also why I don't like making edited content. Now, I don't enjoy the editing process to begin with, but making content for no one in particular just doesn't feel right. Even if the end result can be very satisfying. I'm very happy with how, for example, my Ryukyu 3 Mountains condensed version came out. But doing that on a regular basis, no thank you. And true to the point, I think I made that video about 10 years ago, so it definitely has not been on a regular basis. There we go, actual combat. I think it keeps taking me by surprise that those boulders split up on impact. I need my friend to be more of my ablative armor. And once again, this boss is showing that Oh, that's a shame. That was good and I just flubbed it. This boss is showing that the game's pretty good for having... height levels be very important, both for exploration and combat. Oh, am I just going to burn to death here? Actually, can you even burn to death? Oh, there's your answer. Lucky's top X list, yeah, getting footage for 100 games like that and then sewing it together. It's not like I can't do that, I just can't imagine having any fun doing that. Maybe there's something to be said about the dangers of making these sandworms all burny, given that their attacks become quite a bit more problematic. You are becoming problematic, Jesus. Did I just see, what was it, Tronny eating there? He makes a compelling argument for what it's worth. Yeah, there are plenty of heal items, PP. But stopping to eat during the heat of combat seldom crosses my mind. It is doing a good job of eliciting that feeling of other people getting ahead of you or dropping behind you and these kinds of things when you're not playing together. Monster Hunter comes to mind for that. What do you mean you've done that quest? I haven't done it yet. Ah! The nice thing about Monster Hunter, though, is that people who've done a quest seldom have a problem doing it again, at least as long as you're in the same rank. Because chances are they're going to need to slay that monster another dozen times to get the Rathian Ruby, or the specific plates and carapaces they need. God, I love Monster Hunter. There was a speedrun of Monster Hunter Wilds done on GDQ, and I plan on seeing it. Whether or not it's something worth watching, we'll see. Hail, here's your weird sandworm giblets. I worry a bit about the expanding amount of dialogue in this game now that we don't have one person and a mute. Now we have two people that aren't mute. Slowly, no, as swiftly as feasible. Emilita's gonna have to go double time. The alcohol review series is great, says Vidox. I still have a list of different whiskies that I've had and have been interested in doing more of those for. I'm not sure if I've done any of them since coming to Hungary, though. Slight issue is that I don't have the same workflow that I had in Sweden, which was come home drunk from the bar and then do a recording right there whilst still feeling quite hazy. Who is this guy? Hang on, wasn't this game made by Germans? Why is she doing the Anglo 3 instead of the Germanic 3? I've actually come to find that the Germanic 3 is a lot more comfortable to hold. Which is, of course, thumb, pointer finger, middle finger. At least the new guy realized we can't speak Yeah, Melita's a bit slow, isn't she? Hang on, what do you have for me? Hidden Blade. Don't we already have Hidden Blade? Yes, yes we do. All these trades for items that you can just find. I really should think about how to replace my crummy armor, though. The damage I'm taking is mondo high. He absolutely brutalized me before, and I suspect that I would get brutalized again. Can I just say no? Oh, buggery. At least he's having fun, though. Monsieur Tronny. Don't think he likes being called Tronny. Terribly unflattering name. That's why I like using my real name online. Can't get much worse than being called your own real name. Although it can get weird if I meet someone in real life and they call me DDR. That happened when I was first working at Paradox. Ah, welcome, DDR. Please, just Jake. Any mention on what that shiny orb was actually for, though? An orb, it is indeed very shiny. The statue at the Bachechum should react to it. The statue? If you say so, game. Thought people in Sweden called you Yake. Yes, they often called me Yake. The letter J is a foreign concept to the Scandies. I wonder if we will be reaching that kind of level. I plan on beating the game without doing any grinding or side content. I wonder how that's going to work out. Outside of exploration, the exploration does feel pretty good. Your party's unlocked, you can change your party as you please. Yeah, but my party's still only 3 bloody people, including myself. Getting into this game, I did have hopes that you would just run into people and they go, oh, you know, LFG. And you go, oh, okay, join in. But no, it's not what this game seems to be about. It's possible that it still ticks off like that, but at pacing like this, I'm expecting to have maybe 5, 6, or 7 team members by the end. That's just an assumption, though. And I'm very open to being wrong about it. Can I hop along like so? Damn right I can. Yeah, this is the strength of the game. I just wish I had slightly better shading for elevation. I could go down for that. I don't want to, though. Because I suspect the real catch is somewhere along here. Can I even make that jump? Not on your Ned, Kelly. This... Ah, but this gets me around to the other side. That's handy. Yeah, there we go. Phoenix feathers. Could have traded for those, or we could just find them. Uncle Yake, though. Well, I don't have Swedish relatives. Although I am an uncle. The Giga Spirit Drill costs far more than I could ever hope to afford, and takes a bunch of things that I don't have. And it doesn't even seem that great unless Lucky Lucky is amazing. Increases drop rate. Okay. Hold on, what was that? Okay, I thought it might give further information about Lucky Lucky. Listen up. We're going to the temple. Members of some kind of guild. Get loot. Ah, that's unusual. I didn't think we'd be able to climb up these boxes all this way. Yet here we are, and yet we still have problems. I can't get to that yet. Although my compatriots are certainly having problems. I feel like I could get something to happen here. Now, it's anyone's guess if this is the intended thing to do, but I feel like with the right angle, I could hit the block on the correct side down there. Although I also feel like the blocks that are positioned there are done so in such a way that this can't be done. It's so close, and yet nay, close enough. This is one of those moments where I marginally doubt the supremacy of using a controller over mouse and keyboard. Nah, not seeing it. Right, does that mean there's another way along? Perhaps up there, along here. No, there's nothing to jump onto over there. Perturbing. And then there's that. Ah! Oh, right, it's just taking me back here. And yet... Oh, bummer. Right, with that in mind, could there be a way up here? Take a screenshot, print it out, get your triangle. A cunning thought. Not sure I go for it, though. I wonder why that even is locked up. I don't think you can get this far without having the key. Maybe it's to make you feel better for getting these things. Or perhaps there's a way upstairs here. There'll be a way up there, but how do I get across to it? Maybe this jump down is fine? Never wasn't. Tattered satchel. And I was just looking for the upgrade. Appetite up. Increases numbers of available buff slots. Every step of 100 increase... Wait, what? Buff slots? I don't even use buffs, so never mind that. I'm just happy to get an upgrade that I didn't have to pay for. As the saying goes when I play Killing Floor, who pays? Is that person up there? I wonder if they have anything for me. I really can't read the elevations at all, says Peon. I thought that guy's carpet was over the edge of the roof, flying over nothing. Yeah, the game's use of shadows is not sufficient, in my opinion. It doesn't do a good enough job to display depth, which I think is pretty criminal in a game that seems to lean into its strength of height-based gameplay. Okay, I thought you might have something or anything for me. Look at that, I actually couldn't tell if this is above me or below me, but there you have it. I cannot quite reach it yet. Now, though... Do we need a damage dealer? Never. We tank twin tanks. Okay, what is the purpose here? I can smash things and get new stones. I mean, look at this thing to my right. Higher than me or lower than me? I would hate to have to make a life-changing decision based on that. Anyway, I believe it's higher than me. Or it just has this barrier in the way. Who's to say? I'm still not actually sure. Recht. That's enough of that. Where are we going and what are we doing? There was mention of going to a temple, but you better believe I have forgotten where that is. No, I have absolutely forgotten where it is. Well, who needed to remember? Oh, he is going to slaughter me here. How could I possibly dream of beating him when I don't increase my defense by 4%? Yeah, that I may actually want at times, given how much I get brutalized in all of this. Ah, did I say 4%? I meant another 4%. And I don't get it. Just give me these ups on level up. I'm under no delusions of winning this, but maybe this time it's a forced victory, as in you can't proceed without beating him. Who's to say? He's so much faster than me. Like, he's everything I should be. Is that something about X stun? Ooh, mines. That's pretty cool. I think I saw that as an ability. Fun is over now. Oh, I'm not quite bitter enough to say motto of the game, but if I were, it would be a good one. I wonder if there's more of this PvP stuff later on. Whew. That guard out is crying in the back. I know. One of these days. When I have too many abilities at my disposal, I forget virtually all of them. There we go. I'm actually disappointed that I beat him. Bye-bye, Vegeta and Nappa. I wonder if it's possible to lose these races. I thought I was taking it at a leisurely pace and I still beat Emelita and her tiny nose. Tronny. Crappy name. You can lose, it's actually tight. Really? I am shocked. Well, I had to get it eventually. All that ocarina of time practice showing results. For what purpose? Sure, not convinced on the physics behind that. But for now, I'll accept it. Oh, buggery. Perhaps what I could do is be here. And no, okay, maybe not. Novel puzzle design, though. Certainly give it that. So what do I want to be elevated and then put one of the bangy things that hits through all of these? So a puzzle cracking like this. There's no way I'm going to lose the race. Although with orienteering like this, how could I possibly win? How did this work again? Pretty well. So does that mean I could have lost the race in the first dungeon? And if so, one almost wonders how. Okay, I was thinking, can I be clever and use this water? And then I think, well, why don't I just kill it? Ah, maybe because it takes virtually no damage. 50% resistance to fire, -50 to ice, thank you. I'm pretty sure ice is not something we can get at this time. Jake, you sometimes pull some amazing brute force rabbits out of your hat. That's a big hat. It needs to go over my big head. Hmm? What is this? I can't get through there. Can I jump on these? No. What? Ah, this is somehow putting my bolt higher up. Oh-ho. Ho-ho-ho, Gaston. My pizzle has now been pooled. Some kind of problem with my angle here? Perhaps something like that. During these dungeons, made me think of Golden Sun back in the day. The game has a lot going for it. I do think this game has a lot going for it, yes. Not necessarily all things for me, but not every game has to be there entirely for me. Oh, but the slow death. I'm always reminded of Lucky during the Mario Marathon. He realized he needed a reset on his lives, but he's playing as Luigi and there were no enemies, so he just very slowly kills Luigi in the quicksand, the slow sand, pretty much. Seeing him slowly get consumed by the sand to his doom has stuck with me ever since. And that was absolutely a long time ago. Once again, resisting fire. It's so strange that they break to fire, but they resist fire. What could it all mean? Well, I thought they broke to fire. This one doesn't seem to want to. Ah, I think they will break if they are pooped like that. Alright, in that case, have at. All too easy. Alright, we've got the Zora's Domain blue fire now. Just, there's something really silly looking about that. Tickles me so it does. Recht. I could go back, but surely I could also not. Why, this could mean anything. Can something better be achieved from a different angle? Or is this one of those come back later moments? I feel like I need to hit it from a higher area, like up here. You know, if I was up top and hitting to the left, then it would hit everything here. But that's not where we are, unless we could be there. Which I would dare to say we could be. Well, it looked pretty good to me. Looked pretty perfect to me, but well. Still makes me laugh that Lucky hates the writing in this game, but he tolerates all the stuff that goes on in Yakuza and the 2,000 different Yakuza games. Right. What is there still to achieve here? I am unsure. Ah. Okay, I thought maybe it would blast me up top, but it does not. Does this freeze them? Yes. And do we thaw it out? Also yes. Do we break it? No. Well then, the more we know. Can I move them while they're frozen? Also no. Ah, I think if we use a charge shot, they stay frozen for longer. No, I think I'm full of nonsense. Do they stay frozen for longer? Let's try it like this then. Tough tamales. It's not what I was after. Oh, but we get it anyway. There we go. All that for sandwiches that I will surely consume in combat. Now what? Surely I don't want to freeze any of these. I want to just jump across merrily. Surely. Depth perception strikes again. What a tease. It's also ice physics. We love ice physics. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear, oh dear. What if I'm standing on it? It drags me right in. Yeah, the environmental puzzles are pretty good, Baziel, probably because it's an extension of the exploration aspect of the game, which I maintain is really rather good. Right. What do you ask of me here? You ask me to bounce off of all of these, so probably ting... Well, it needs to hit this last, so I was like working in reverse. There. So destroy that and freeze the others. Boom, boom. Freeze, freeze, go. Ah. Not with a spicy one, though. Sheer perfection. Amelita and Tronny don't stand a chance. Oh, that's interesting. They bounce up from it, so I can't immediately gank them with it, but I can. Okay. When I say I can, what I mean is I absolutely can't. But I can do that. Although these ones are considerably less keen on braking. There we go. Yeah, something nice about the combat is it feels more like outskilling your enemy rather than outscaling your enemy, which I do appreciate. Maybe that's why they have there not be really any consequence for failing in battle. Might get a little frustrating otherwise. Racht, what are we thinking here? It looks pretty normal, except I need to burn that. So imagine I freeze you, I burn you, I freeze you, and then we keep going. Yeah. Clever and timing goo. What does that elevation even accomplish, though? I can just jump over... Oh, no, I can't. There's a barrier in the way. Aha. But then how do I jump onto you? That doesn't work. That doesn't work. I did tell you about the boots that help with ice physics. Yes, and I promptly forgot. What can be done about that? Can't think of a way to angle the ice down to you. And any shot like that goes clean over you. Could I perhaps dispose of you and then angle this shot somehow? Doesn't seem intentional. But then whatever does. One of these is surely what we need. Still think it seems more feasible if you're just gone, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I don't think that's gonna hold. Nope. What's the angle that I was getting there anyway? It was that. It was that to a T. Ah, it's close. So what I need to do is get it right just before this thing comes back. Something like that. There's surely no way this is the intended solution. If it works, then I intended it to be the solution. What? Oh, that was... I thought that was a good angle. I thought wrong. So he needs to bounce off of there. Oh, that's clean. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Perfect. Alright, done like dinner. What now? I'd like to have a shortcut open so I don't have to go through that again. This wants it to be fiery. I wonder if I could ever softlock myself by doing nonsense like that. Perhaps there's no problem in just doing this fiery first, and then we unlock the ability to go icy. Darn right. Oops. Oh ho! I only get that once. Is that true? So as soon as I knock out the fiery ones, I lose the ability to evoke the ice. So I need to think how to use it. To hit all of these in one go. Maybe I want to angle it such that I can ice these up. That was a good going for the top one. The trouble is that this gets in the way of doing a similar thing for the bottom one. Could I angle this further behind you? Maybe at a narrower angle. Maybe I can bounce off of you. Oh, that seems much cleaner. And then with those, surely we can... Oh. Never hesitate. Oops. Never hesitate, but do aim properly. It's good for you. There's the shortcut. Right, now that I have all these keys, why do I have all these keys? I've already opened that up, so I can't imagine that doing anything for me. Almost looks like I was meant to go up to the top there somehow. I'm unsure what's being asked of me here. Did I miss something up the top of Balance Room 2? That just takes me further up, and we've been here, done this. Although there were a lot of pits. Right, it's all coming to me now. I opened that up and I didn't think to explore where these pits could possibly take me. Fiddlesticks. before I go this way, surely there is more to explore. Over here, and possibly with falling through these funnely bits. Kind of impressive how I keep missing the keys and constantly hit that thing instead. Perhaps I should take the much, much simpler approach. Or I should acknowledge the fact that I actually am down one key. All possibilities. Real Decoy comes in saying, "Afternoon all, enjoying the code?" I certainly am. It's undoubtedly an impressive game. Ah, fiddlesticks. I think one of the other holes would get me there. Oh, of course, the sand is dropping down here. Aha, to indicate where the holes are. Probably isn't this one, it's probably the one directly to my right, or I can just be correct. Fantastic. I think the first one I shot there hit it. Phooey, wrong one. I wonder if exploring for all these secrets impacts the chance of beating my friends to the punch here. Because it certainly didn't seem necessary to come here. Oh, maybe it is actually. There is a key there after all. I never know the timing on the Van Plesioths here. Feels like you break them if you smack them when they're red and coming out at you, but I have tried and failed to get that timing done right. And they resist fire as well, the rotters. Yeah, there we go. I think I concluded that you need the charge attack. Okay, I feel more reassured thinking that that's a must-have, given that there was a key there. What about here? What was my conclusion? My conclusion was I need to start the shot from here. So fall through that hole and all is well. Is that actually my conclusion? Well, it is now. What are you shooting anyway? Some kind of Mega Man blaster? I'm trying not to think about it. There we go. That gives us that elevated. But why? Can I jump to there? Maybe from that bottom point I can jump over. Oof. don't spin off the platforms. You don't jump that way. All that for some ice cream. Right. What can I achieve getting over there? I have access to the ice. I suspect I just drop there and fire the ice the other way. Because that should work. Can't imagine why it wouldn't. And then just like that, I can access that area. There's still a couple of doors I haven't been through yet, though. What was my way over there? Possibly you. All right. And for another key, so probably worth it. And more of these buggers. Since the game is so generous with healing after every fight, I see a little reason not to just tank if it means a faster fight. Just like Final Fantasy X, which was... I love the game, but disgustingly generous with its healing. Surely that's close. It's as close as it is intentional. Drat. There we go. Again, I have little doubt of that being the intended solution. See, if it wasn't intended, it wouldn't have worked. Oh, that isn't coming back. Right, you there. Right, maybe thinking for 5 seconds what can actually be done with you. That didn't get the angle that I'm looking for though, unless you're telling me that I can bounce off the bottom as well. Which perhaps I can. No. Okay. That was a great start to the hit on that thing, and I have failed to follow it up. That's exactly what I was looking for, though, to bounce it back in this direction. This is so tough with analog. It's almost certainly not what I'm meant to be doing here. I meant to use this new one that we got, but I can't think how. I can shoot it down. Shooting it left is a little tricky. Because that boof. Maybe... No, the orbs cannot overcome that. Oh, okay. Do not jump into the abyss. The lesson has been learned. I didn't want to learn the lesson, though. I can't even remember how I did this one. Probably something like this. Oh, wow, that's got a wider range than I thought. I didn't think for a second that would actually work. Well, obviously for a fraction of a second I did, otherwise I wouldn't have tried it. Don't make a habit of engaging in hopeless ventures. Yet another in a long line of all too easy. Right, the shortcut is ours, and now making this work somehow is on the cards. I thought the story in this game was a bit cringe, says Lakritz, but by the end it became peak somehow. That'd be nice if I was playing peak. I have a hard time imagining how this writing would rectify itself. But the gameplay is pretty good, so how much of a moany old bugger can I really be? And the answer is lots. Lots and lots. Wondering if there's some kind of delayed timing aspect to this. If I shoot you, boom, I can't get through to that. But do I have a way to, say, angle a shot like that, maybe? So that I can run and jump off of that? Maybe. Maybe. But wait, that was pointless. All I got was some silk. Or butter. Buttery silk? What do you do on the other side? Right, that seems more prudent. And to that extent, I can shoot that and then jump across. This game and its easy puzzles. Easy but interesting puzzles. A little cringe can be endearing, yes, a little. But brevity is not something that comes easily to this game. Well, let's first see what activating you can achieve. Everything raises for quite some time. It's like it wants me to jump around and get to there. And then blow it over and smack that. Probably elevates everything a bit more, and then we jump around and smack the fiery bits. Alright, I'm sold. Too far? Yeah. It's good to be good. Right, now what causes these things to get all heated up so that I can just that, down you go. Like moths to the flame. Is it my imagination, or was this shorter than the first dungeon? Maybe I'm just too good. Right, what are we getting here? Probably need to steam you out. Not willing by a long shot to believe that that was the end boss. More of a boss-let. Just destroy the 4 generators and then... Oh, don't you start. Haunted Grounds was not a good time for me. Alright. Now we can deal with all those enemies who had cold resistance. Heat resistance, rather. Only to find the new ones have cold. What's all this, then? I can't see a way to get elevation yet. Oh, and we start out with a lot of cold points. Circuit points. Focus, hit points, defense. I still think my defense is complete trash. Dash into high speed, icicles. Shoot a mass of icy spikes. Big snow explosion. I like the sound of a snow explosion. Give me that. Where's my quickness, bless? Stationary ice twirl or long star. I like the idea of massive damage, though. Perfect guard and attack and counter with a cold strike. But why is that a guard art? What a mystery. I'm not really paying much attention to what I go for here. I see things, I click on things. Like I use items. I think one of the things I don't like about this is how you keep having to come back to it. Okay, now I level up and I have to go into each of these and then spend time thinking. Maybe that's the key point. I don't want to be thinking. And I spent so long menuing that I was not the first one out. I used to dream of more games having sphere grid. Now I wish they'd stop doing it, says Pathara. Oh, the sphere grid. I can't remember if I liked it or not. I liked the fact that you could modify it. You could rip out nodes and replace nodes. Unfortunately, doing so was a huge grind. Oh. Oh, the grinding. And I did that grind multiple times. And the fun thing was, you could actually start from virtually nothing and grind your way up to the top. There was an order to doing the arena monsters in Final Fantasy X. Oh, bollocks. There was an order in doing the arena monsters in Final Fantasy X such that you could take on the first one with basically no stats, and then he gives you, say, attack power to defeat the next one, which would give you the speed power to deal with the next one, and so on and so forth. But that wasn't so tough. I hate ice physics so much. The real grind was that you needed to spend a resource to activate all the nodes that you had replaced the sphere grid with. So you would either go to Besaid and smash dingoes, or you would go to, I think it was Kratos was the name of the guy. You hit him with a certain attack and he'll drop 40 of a certain sphere kind. Still a massive grind though. Right, boss key needed here. Where we blast with the boss key, I'm not entirely sure. But that's okay, I don't need to be sure to carry on with life. I can break this into a disc. And then surf on it. Sweet. I like that. That's pretty bloody cool. Although remembering which ability I have activated is going to prove tough. Do I care enough to get that? The race is important, sure, but that could be anything. Could even be more buttery silk or silky butter. gonna have a really hard time remembering that I'm in ice mode, considering that ice mode is blue, and what color are we? We're not green. Magma residue. I remember seeing a few images of the sphere grid stretched out. It was really long line of nodes. Oh, I think I see what you mean. What is this asking of me? Does it want me to thaw that out? Maybe. I think we turned it into steam power to power that up. As for this, perhaps I need to do something quite similar. I think these are elevated, so I need to drop this over there first. Well, phooey. Ah, and they're short-lived. Fascinating. But I think they get a new lease on life when I thaw the, when I freeze them, right? So it seems. What is the implication here? He does not like the ice, but his icy... Oh, okay, right. I was clearly mistaken in my approach there. I thought his fiery demeanor would have blocked such obvious attack. Maybe that's the point. That'll do it. Okay. So water won't deal with fire, but ice, ooh, that's even better. Timing. My reward for dealing with the puzzles is even more puzzles. Can I drop you into the water to create icy water? Good. I see you still don't last very long, though. And a bit more, I don't feel like this is going to last long enough. Well. And I'm certainly not thinking this is gonna cut the mustard. I don't particularly want to lose all the height and progress I've made. The shots were awkward. But I'd have to freeze at least 3 of those to get across, and I'm all but certain it's not going to let me. Can you freeze them as you go? Oh, yeah. Absolutely how ice works. Maybe you need a puzzle smashed counter here as well. No, I'd be spending all my time hammering the button for that one. Although, speaking of which, I'm going to finish off Nancy Drew this week as well. I've got Saturday set aside for both Marvin's Dictator game and completing Nancy Drew. Well, that doesn't seem particularly sporting if we can just brutalize them like that. The interesting combats in the dungeons do serve to show just how grindy the combats are out in the wild, though. In a sense, I'm very impressed with the dungeons in this game. Because something I cannot stand in old school Zelda games are the dungeons. Can I take that back? Oh, God, it's the sewer thing from Secret of Evermore again. Right, so what exactly are you asking me to do here, game? You want me to activate all 4 of these, probably. Or, although, are you toggling this or not? Maybe they don't all need to be done at the same time. What exactly is not being achieved here? I think it's the one over in that corner, so... You. That's a bit lame. I thought I would have to do them all at the same time. Perhaps that's what's coming next. What the heck? Just how far over do you need to be? Well, thinking about it, quite far, considering that I need to gain elevation on the way back. Nice start. I wonder if you can have such low health that that can do you in. Nancy drew the outrageous price of gasoline. Yeah, here's hoping we don't have to do any more of those jobs. There's only so many sorting of nuts and bolts that I'm keen on. Oh, I didn't pay attention to what I picked up. I assume it's the key that now lets me open those. Ah, it could be any number of these. Does that look makeable? I think if I put my mind to it. Sure. You need to be a better spheromancer. That's interesting. Although I'm sure with a bit of grit and determination this is makeable. Right, the fact that we can actually access this tells me that there's bound to be something I can do with you. Although I highly doubt it's what I'm doing here. Is there any way to bring you back a touch? Yes, yes there is. Observe. Yeah, eat your heart out, Nancy Drew. Now with you... what is changing the direction of that? Did these? I suspect they are. Right, in that case. That's absolutely not what I wanted to do. Again, I have a very hard time telling if I'm in cold mode or not. Right, you just stay nice and frosty there. Now burn these up. And then I'm gonna miss. Too freaking good. Take two. Maybe get a little closer. Alright, don't guff it up this time. Burning. Chillin'. Ah. Okay. Take three. What's this trying to teach me, anyway? Oh, have you not figured out that these things are weak to ice yet? I haven't even haven't been grinding either, so I just worry how much of a stomp is this game if you do all the side quests and trades and things. Well, maybe not a worry, not even a concern, but a curiosity. Okay then. Beautiful. I'm going to assume that all these barriers are in place to stop making smashing all these in one go be possible. I reckon after I launch it, I should have time to run down and smash you, so these two should be taken care of ahead of time. Okay, once that one's frozen, how am I dealing with the top one? Buggery. Maybe there's an angle that I can smack this at to hit all of them. No, because they... maybe. What if I bounce it like so? Not bad. To have me use even 10% of my gamer skills game. Not bad. Did they put a puzzle difficulty setting in this, by the way? There's puzzle speed. Scales down the speed or increases duration of puzzle elements such as switch time. Okay, so there is a puzzle difficulty button. I wonder if you can completely break sequence with that. My agency here is severely limited. Essentially all I can do is shoot anything through there. But to what avail? Oh wait, no. No, I can jump over and around here. Depth perception is just beautiful. Ah, it's more pushy, blocky, puzzly. Well, I'll really want you shoving into that to push it up to that direction. However, my tools are limited. There's no way of putting anything down. That's not true. Because what we can do is thonk into there, which will thonk down. Although it probably lands over this fiery stuff. Let's see how that even goes to begin with. That's not bad, but it's not good. But what we can do is then angle it so that it does go straight down. Donk goes down to you, and then you're going to direct it up to the orb. What is sequence breaking? Doing things out of the intended order. For example, if we could bypass the boss door in this dungeon, go directly to the boss and kill it, we could sequence break. We break the sequence of having to do all these puzzles and all the other things in this dungeon. That said, I'm fairly certain Knight CEO knows that. Knight CEO's been around for donkeys. Right, we're meant to hit through that. We're meant to activate all of these. Our tools are left, right, and down. But there is also an angle here, so if we put it down, it wouldn't really achieve much, would it? Or would it? First thing is probably going to have to be sending it down. From there down to you. But then our tools are very limited. How do I go up at all here? I don't know, maybe I need to ding it first and figure it out. And I can't bring any of this over, can I? Wishful thinking, but no. Okay, let's take another thought. We can go up at least, because we can smack into this thing. Bonk, it goes up. I assume it hits that, and then you bring it over to the grand finale. Yet another in a line of all too easies. Are you sure this was endearing? I can see the cringe, I cannot see the endearing part. And what am I achieving by coming here? I'm achieving the great sense for exploration. Actually, that was necessary, wasn't it? Because that's the boss door right there. Was it necessary? Because you take me out here as well. I just never walked through you. Ach, wheel. Been here, done this? I don't remember, but that button isn't stepped on, so probably not. Non-linear dungeons. What the heck are you? Pincers who don't like ice. On the case. I wonder if you meant to hit their pincers. Ah, you're meant to hit them while they're pincering. Of course. Have I ever considered actually being able to aim? Well, I defeated the puzzle of opening that. Oh, that's fun. So there's not quite enough energy on you to bounce back into there. What if there was energy to bounce up from there? Probably way too much wishful thinking. What am I even trying to accomplish here? Okay, one massive big bouncy thing here, and I suspect I'm going to need one more key to go and deal with that. I do think there's one area that I have ignored, although I don't know where. Fortunately, there's a map. Bottom left. But wait. Hang on, I need quite a few keys, don't I? I still need 3 regular schmuck keys before we proceed. That's agonizing. I'm not saying you're overstaying your welcome here, dungeon, but I feel pretty done with you. There's another bit over there as well as down there, but that only accounts for 2. And there's something down in the bottom right here. Do I not have like a nice way to warp around this place? No, I do not. Be that as it may, I cannot backtrack here. This is an unfortunate consequence of me being absolutely hopeless at orienteering. I'm managing to get lost here. How do I even track back out of here? I guess the upper way. Yes, that's right. We'll go up and then back through here. That'll take us back. And then there was something here. Oh, the boss, of course. But this is also my way to here. And I never took this way to begin with. Okay. But how? It's not open. Is there meant to be something over there that's hidden? That wouldn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. Given that there are 4 elements, I'm assuming there are 4 major dungeons like this in the game. If there are more than that, that might even be harrowing news. Why does this not open up? This is how the other 2 get ahead of me. I just get hopelessly lost. I have a hard time believing I'm meant to go all the way back here. This is where we got the ice ability. It's fine, we're role-playing as a lassie with a brain coma. I feel like I'm role-playing pretty hard here. There's no way we're meant to go this far back, right? No, I'm all but certain I've just somehow missed something bleeding obvious, but that door won't open. What could I be missing? Got the key, question mark? I don't have the boss key. Ah, I haven't done this room! I even looked at it and went, oh, right, yes, but I want to check out this other way first. And I never even bleeding did this. It's all well and good, but I think I need to hit the first one first. So, thinking about it, I need to hit you through and then jump off and smack that. But the timing is a little bit tight. Maybe not that tight. Chunk. Far from it, even. That seems very short-lived, so I need to get you out there at just the right moment. Which is not that moment. They hate ice. It doesn't seem fair. The one that spawned in got broken by this guy's little attack. Right. What's your story then? Oh, it's the same guy! Getting a bit repetitious here, aren't we? Right, I see it all now. We're meant to use the jellyfish thing to throw its bubbles towards the big bad. I thought I was being clever by reducing little minions first before dealing with the big guy. Is that even true? Well, I guess so. Just trying to remember his weakness there. Was it the steam or was it the ice? Either way, that's one of the 3 keys that I need. And that's how we get through to this area. Unfortunately, that does not tell me how to get to the other areas that I couldn't suss out. Very Nancy Drew feeling of thinking you found progress, you get one thing done and then whoops, I was wrong, but that's quite promising. Wait, hang on, I could have just walked in here the whole time? No, this thing is still locked up. I still reckon this can't be done. Because the only way that is going to do anything is if I hit all of these. So I still think I need to come back here with 2 more. On the other hand... I worry about the timing implications here. Still can't get to this area, but what's the... What's the ticket? Ah, there's 2 doors here. I bet I didn't take that door in the bottom. Yeah. People yearn for the Teamfight Manager song. Right, so now that we've learned a valuable lesson, I reckon that is what we do to cross here. And I get my laser eyes. Art imitates life. Oh, boo! A break over lava. Very unsporting of you not to let me destroy you. Oh god, he does it again. Nary a concern. Clock 1 more, and that means I need only 1 more. The trouble is, that means I still need 1 more. Where have I not been? Here. My memory, everything in this game is 20% too long, the game itself included. I was warned about 35 hours playtime here. Okay, there's just a door here I didn't go through. Very typical of me. But yes, this dungeon has now outstayed its welcome. Cool puzzles are cool, but not if I'm spending 2 hours solving them. There's only so many variants of push ice block that we can keep being excited about. Okay. Depth perception, you screw me once again. Things get really devious in later dungeons as well. I'm okay for devious. Could we just have a little shorter? I can bring you over, right? Damn right. And there's the final key. Alright, let's get out of this place. I'm just wondering how long the game is going to be if I just focus on the pure storyline. Because I am tapped out on the side quests. They offer minimal excitement. And to make matters worse, they involve even more talking. What is that thing? I don't know. Maybe what it... I have no idea. Centers the ball somehow? Right, let's work this in reverse then, shall we? We hit you, which means we hit you, which means you need to go down, which means this thing needs to be taken care of. But it doesn't last very long, does it? Absolutely not. Actually, absolutely. You last quite a while. Which means we're hitting you. This thing needs to be iced. These need to be gone. We hit you. This thing needs to be brought down. And then this one needs to come up. You need to be taken care of. So we start by shooting into this thing. I have all the information. Oh, there's a weight shot. Slows it down. Ah. Cool. Wonder if there's an achievement for... you'll need to be cold. I wonder if there's an achievement for doing this thing quickly. Right, you need to... Ah, that's what that does. It speeds it up. You rascal. Alright. What was this then? Bring these down. Take care of that. Freeze easy peak. Wait, what? Oh, right, that doesn't last long enough. Once more with gusto then. Freeze you. And then have you dealt with. Ah! It's too bloody slow. Beautiful. Alright, boss key, please. I'm wondering how mad Lucky got doing some of these puzzles on stream. Say, I didn't watch Lucky play through this game, but when I finish this, I suspect I will. Because there's always this sick pleasure seeing somebody stream a game that you've already played, and it doesn't matter if overall they do better than you, faster than you, or whatever. It's just those moments where they have a horrible time. And either you did it really well, or you intimately know how horrible it is. Sometimes both. And that's the big payoff moment for me. Wait, what? You broke right into the lava and then unbroke. Rapscallions. Wait, what? I suspected the burning would come and do me in. When Lucky gets mad, he gets mad. Yeah, he's just so bleeding old these days. He's long lost the technology of how to chill out. Playing games together with Lucky for what, 13 years now? 14? Maybe longer. And he's always been old. Okay, thought I would try using special attacks on those, but it's seeming more like that's a waste of resource. Not that I'm spending any resources. One of these days, I will come to appreciate how useful consumables mid-battle are. Maybe when I find a challenging battle, right? Has to happen eventually. Come on, I got your number. Yeah, something about coming back to this is just not very appealing. Will you get your cold resistance 7% or your 4% critical hits on Tuesdays when the moon is out? Doesn't help that the iconography isn't doing much for me here. Find the red flame shade, which is probably the next shade we're going to be finding. For now, though, let's just grab what we can here. And then there's you. Just more damage, more better. Recht. Now there's a big bad to destroy. What is with the lack of quick travel in this dungeon, though? It's like this game knows my poor orienteering skills are going to cost me time. And it's right. I'm glad to hear that my hatred of large skill trees is not mine and mine alone. I also find some distasteful. Alright, let's have it. Emelita's gonna have fun. Oh, I can send many of these things up. That's burning me even when I dodge it. That could prove troublesome. Take a nice sandwich break. Sandwich break insufficient. Need bigger sandwich. Considerably bigger sandwich, but also about to die. The game expects you to clear out the area, preluding to the dungeon and to overlevel. So I like the exploration, but the grinding and the quests, the game can keep those. Wonder how I dodged the laser beam then, because dodging through it, I still burn. And I'm still burning right now. Yeah, dodging that's proving more than a little difficult. You just do whatever you're gonna do. Yeah, I am toast here. Like, how do I dodge that? It doesn't help that the camera moves off my character. Right. I see what I was meant to do to get over to the moth, though. Meant to freeze the bubbles that it blasted towards me to make a platform. What in the world do I do there? Maybe I just need to block it and cope with the situation? No, it doesn't feel like blocking it's the way forward. Alright, this time... Eat it! Yes, eating it sounds good. Okay, no more getting greedy. Let's just eat our sandwiches and kill this moth. And no, they're not getting their 10 bare arses. You know, one bare arse for them. Oh, wow. How the hell do you dodge that? Can't dodge around it, can't dodge through it, and it gives me burn. Ah. Yes, I did not see that fire attack coming. You can't switch platforms when it does it. You can't jump between these platforms. You need the big monster to throw over the bubbly things so you can freeze them and make a platform with it. Just be enjoying those sandwiches plenty. Oh wait, I healed. No. Spare me, Mothman. Give it to me. Whew, that was more than a little tough. Right, now that it's dead, how in the world do you dodge those laser beams? Goku Region reflects on the terrible loss of 84 months of his life spent here. Whew. Could be worse. I'm not sure how, but it could. You could have been slower than those other morons. I'm so sick of you. Longer than that, Jake. It's just how many months I've thrown you money for the displeasure. That's how I stay in business, keeping people perpetually unhappy. You run into the corner when it starts charging the laser instead of standing in the center, then you have more space to make it chase you. It looked like it swung around to chase you pretty fast, but I trust your judgment on that one. You fool, now I know that for the inevitable boss rush. The red flame shade allows me to get to Autumn's Fall Northeast Rookie Harbor. Wait, I thought Autumn's Fall was somewhere we've already been. Ancient statue in Autumn's Fall, get a trial. And override the circuits. Very well. Now here's a thought. If we do actually get more party members and can switch them out at will, how do I do away with Emily in a more permanent manner? We just need to range ban France, I think. Think of the problems that would be solved. Baziel is in stunned agreement with me there. Imagine being so self-absorbed you don't know the person you talk to for weeks is you just think they're a really good listener, right? Yeah, if we get this dungeon done today, and I can make the rash assumption that there are 2 more dungeons, does that mean we can get this game finished this week? Do the next one tomorrow, the final one the day after, and maybe one more session if there's some big final bad to wrap everything up with. Not that I'm in a hurry to defeat this game, but I'll be happier when I don't have to read any more of the dialogue. Anyone who's played MMOs knows there's plenty of people in guilds who are just there to kill, grind, and log off. Yep. Oh, this is playable. Well, playable might be a stretch. Ow. Damn flashbangs. Urban Dead as an MMO wasn't really one you could really grind in. There was a fairly low level cap, at which point you unlock all the skills, and then beyond that, it's not really about grinding in the game, it's about organizing. If you're a zombie horde, grabbing people together for organized surgical strikes to tear down human-made barricades and then feast upon them within, doing everything you can to damage their economy. And if you're a human team, it's a lot harder because you need to orchestrate to deal with those threats. So you generally need to be on call for watching, making sure the zombies don't break in, and if they do, getting to bloody work. I loved Urban Dead. Of course, there's nothing saying you have to hang around. If things look bleak, just get the heck out of there. Go to somewhere where the zombie threat is lower, and the zombie threat is completely made by other players. There are no NPCs. If there's a zombie, that is another player there. If there's a survivor, that's another player there. And there's nothing saying that survivor is friendly. Plenty of player killers out there. There used to be this wonderful exploit where you could directly link to the screen that makes the player purchase a skill that forces them to almost always be a zombie. So you could send that link to someone who's a player killer and then kill them. Assuming they click on the link, they will now be a zombie for a long ass time. Anyway, kudos to this game for giving me fond memories of fond memories of being able to see. Oh, what's my screen brightness at? Because that is... Oh, it's at 0%, and that's still blinding my skull. Okay. Sleep well? Always sleep well when you're in a coma. There have been complications. I was offline for 3 days. But there have been technical problems, but we have good news. Of all my other guildmates will be aeons ahead of me in the game now. You had 3 days and this is all you could add? You know you have light sensitivity or something, right? Maybe from LASIK? Oh, definitely from LASIK. I mean, I've never particularly liked bright lights, but after the LASIK I became much more sensitive to them. Which is absolutely a trade-off I'm willing to make to have decent eyesight. Not good, but decent. Good enough to pass a driver's test. Where have you been? That's right, whatever. Tronny. Stupid name. Sounds like a little toy robot. Oh my god, the years I hung out with the clans in Urban Dead and Tribal Wars. If we can't have DDR blind, we'll make him person who picked the game. I don't understand what you're getting at there, Twistulation, but I'm sure you do, so maybe you're happy about it. There's ghosting after LASIK, where some objects at night appear to be glowing. Okay, no, I have not seen that. That sounds awesome, though. Why couldn't I have had that instead of light sensitivity? That'd be amazing. Stores offer better equipment since we've beaten the temple. Right, so here's something I thought that was really cool, and I didn't notice it, but somebody in chat did. If you go shopping, your compatriots up their gear as well. Raiding. I don't think I've ever played a game where raiding is a thing. 2 parallel teams. Things are happening tomorrow. The Shade. Green Siege Shade and Autumn's Fall to the north. Isn't Smart the much more invasive version of LASIK? Not that I mind, I don't mind having my eyes poked and prodded at. No raiding to be done in Avorion. I mean MMO-style raiding. God, I've done plenty of raiding in Avorion, Battle Brothers. Basically any game that allows me to terrorize civilians. Insofar as the Iron people can be considered civilians. If they didn't want to be raided, they would have invented shields. Do not be the person who has to organize or coordinate with 20 other people. No. My coordination in games and in real life tends to go along the lines of this. I am doing thing. It will happen at this time. If you want to join, join. It will happen regardless. That way somebody says, oh, can we make it like the next... No, it's happening here. Join or don't join. Your call. So much easier to organize things that way. It also takes care of the fence sitters who are like, oh, maybe, maybe not. Just, it is happening. You gonna be there or not? What do you mean access denied? Perhaps I didn't listen to what they said. Go to Autumn's Fall. Look for the glowing bird statue. But there was also this thing. This perfectly regular tree, but I wasn't able to interact with it in any way. We've also seen other suspicious things. You were the one talking about a hacker in the area. Maybe if I get enough elevation, I can smack the tree from higher up. Maybe I need to set fire to the tree? Or freeze the tree? Oh, then I am officially out of ideas. But I'm the center of the universe. You have to plan around me. Exactly, I plan around you. Something about a bird statue. I won't claim to remember where I saw one. Oh, that's right. I wanted to go wow at the inventory stuff. So if we look at C, Tron, and Emily... low 30s. Are you going to buy anything here? No, I think we actually have to go to a proper shop rather than a trader. In that case, I will do it. Although is Rookie Harbor really going to have equipment for them? And there's the one that wants the meat and they're absolutely not getting it. Right, so if we do go shopping... Obviously I don't need anything. Oh, this is just iron crap. I thought you said they were selling nicer things. I guess there's silver items. Well, I'm every shade of disappointed there. Maybe if I go to the shop... Or maybe they already got stuff, who am I to say? Right, even so, where is this bird statue thing? You unlock the area above the square. Yeah, but I apparently can't go there until I get this shade thing. Oh, I can see what's there anyway. As we Naruto run around, which is still looks really stupid. What's this? Looks like they sell grenades. Welcome to the fruits of autumn. Ah, perhaps they sell palm grenades. Which I could absolutely go for. I'll hold the phone here. What do we have? Huh. It looked like something right there, though, didn't it? Whatever that is. Creation cream. No thanks, I've got my own. How about this for getting equipment? Still silver stuff that we saw before. Backer goods. Maybe this is stuff added by people that backed the game. Was it on Kickstarter? Or was it just early access? Either way, there's no way I'm spending that kind of money on consumables. Home of Talutu Lips? I'll leave you be. If this was a Kickstarter project, I would be interested in seeing the page. You know, what kind of things were they offering? And compare it to what was delivered. I backed half a dozen things on Kickstarter when it was the hot newness. And, well, once you get burned there a few times, you never want to back anything ever again. So I don't. Okay, what is the purpose of all this? Must be some way to get Think back to Kingdom Come Deliverance on... Was that in Kickstarter? If so, what a tremendous project. And Elite Dangerous. That one I still don't think I've played. Despite many very high recommendations. Seems a bit of a crummy area. Maybe I was missing something important. After all, they are still saying... We did the question glowing bird statue. You can't miss it. Is that a challenge? Oh, wow, King Jeebus, that must hurt. Backing Scam Citizen. Now, I played that game, and it wasn't that bad, but it wasn't that good. But I've also met some cultists for that game. They were French. So, you know, maybe they figured in for a penny, in for a pound on the malices. Gosh, there's a lesson to be learned here. Never tell Jake that you can't miss something. A glowing bird statue. Can't miss you winning a weekly one-shot. Oh, there have been plenty of those. I had 0 children when I backed Star Citizen. I have 3 now. And yet Star Citizen can still be more expensive. How am I missing this thing? The thing is, Autumn's Trail is not a small place. You couldn't have narrowed down where it is at any point? What the hell? One of the prerequisites is you need to collect the green seed shade. It's in Autumn's Fall, to the north of Rookie Harbor. Just take the exit in Rookie Harbor East. Well, now that I've actually read it, it makes so much more sense. Take the eastern exit. Got there in the end. Well, maybe. We're not there yet. Years ago, I commented, a friend of mine backed Star Citizen. Now he has a wife, a child, a divorce, a new wife, and a house. And for all we know, Star Citizen caused these... Wait, what? Just take the eastern exit. Maybe it's there? But I had difficulty reaching that point. It's blocked off there. And it might even just be to enter that house. What in the heck? Jake, I don't want to alarm you, but those squiggly boxes that appear in... squiggly lines that appear in boxes do in fact mean something. Go to Autumn's Fall. To the north of Rookie Harbor. Just take the exit in Rookie Harbor East. Funny, it looked like this thing would open. We're in Rookie Harbor. Well, this isn't exactly Rookie Harbor East, but it is to the east. Maybe what I meant to do is go up and around. Well, I can get something for my troubles. But it's okay, you can't miss it. Becoming increasingly confused. Where in the heck am I meant to go? Unless I've been missing a place, there is no such place as Autumn's Rookie Harbor East. This is the east part, but it's called Falling Exit. I can't go up to the top. One of the prerequisites to join the raid is you need to collect the green seed shade. You find it in Autumn's Trail. Take the exit in Rookie Harbor East. Look for the glowing bird statue. You can't miss it. Rookie Harbor East. Missing some other Rookie Harbor. This is Rookie Harbor. Rookie Harbor East. Now this is East. Am I having brain problems today? No, don't answer that one. What exactly did I jump up on there? Whee! Early on in the game, they tell you about how you can jump up and onto those railings and run around, but many of the railings we've met since then have just had invisible walls around them. What in the blazes am I missing here? Surely Nancy would know what to do. I'm not so sure on that one. I got completely stuck in Nancy to the point where I had to put it down for a bit, but I'll be back on the case on Saturday, I believe. This is a whole different case, though. We can't miss it, though. It's so odd, right? You'll find it in Autumn's Fall. Ah, well that's Autumn's Rise, so Autumn's Fall must be a whole different location. But that means there's another exit from here that I've been missing. Perhaps the signs will point the way. Or maybe the sphere thing will help. Alley quarters, rising exit, harbor. can't miss it, though. Are you a bird statue? Is that a bird statue? How do I get over to you? Maybe I don't need to. Whew, gosh, I haven't been this confused in days. Just a few days, though, when I was last playing Nancy Drew. You'd think falling exit would be the way to Autumn's Fall. Which is where I'm trying to get, but when I tried to go through, it just said access denied. Unless I didn't do something on the exit that I was meant to do. Wait. Am I actually developing Alzheimer's here? Or did I not just run through this earlier and it said access denied? How did that happen? You did the same thing earlier on in the game. Ah, okay. Maybe it didn't say access denied. Maybe it said something like access granted. But the fact that it pushed me out... Oh well. Something needs pushed out of my head. No resistances at all. That doesn't seem right. I'm the one that feels like I've got no resistances here. And what's with my nerdy friend not doing anything? He's just standing there. Get to work. I'm spending my time watching him, asking what is he doing. Okay, he's occasionally casting a fireball. What a hero. Again, no resistances. I don't think we've seen it happen before, but I wonder what happens when my compatriots fall in battle. Are they just down and out for a while until we find a free moment? Be curious to see. Okay, Blarg Honk vindicates me. It said access denied, but it played the unlocking animation at the same time. Well, I spent my limited available tokens for reading on the access denied part. So I assume no fault of my own. Very Professor Layton music here. Gotta make sure I'm actually being denied now. Right, so I'm still looking for some kind of bird statue, and it's gonna be glowing. But also I can't miss it. Hold on, they made that jump. Ah. Guess I'm just bad. Is that a glowing bird statue? It doesn't look much like a bird. But it is glowing. Seek the wilderness in the north, do the trial of the fields. Sounds like I'm being talked into farm work. But I need that green seed shade thing, so follow Frobbit. I don't know, I thought we had enough of these kinds of puzzles in the dungeons themselves. Now what are we looking at? Can I shoot through these holes? Absolutely. Although, what, if anything, am I shooting? That? Done in one. Can I kindly ask one of you to stand on that for me? No, that'd be too nice. Must be instanced. Could I ask one of these to hit it for me? Probably not if my AIs are aggroing on them. No, okay. Perhaps I meant to make a shot? Too good as usual. They've done the quest already, they can't. They absolutely could. All too easy, but I feel like I'm dodging a lot of different things. Also, my compatriots... Ah, there we go. I know they don't want to spoil the fun of me doing all this questing, but... I'd rather they carried their weight a bit. Normally I'm quite a fan of ranged units, but my Hexcaster, I just don't see him doing much. And he doesn't draw aggro either. So he's a bit of a pain in the bum. I was wondering if I'd have to redo this if I died there. Okay. Well, make the mental note to actually use my healing every now and then. Like a $2.5 grand sandwich I bought at the start of the game. Still wondering what that was all about. Is it just there to rip you off, or is there some deeper meaning to it? Look at it, can't even hit his target. Can't shoot straight. What an embarrassment. Oh damn. They can burn me through my guard. It's becoming a problem. Becoming a big problem. Yeah, it feels like the dungeon fights are so much less deadly than the overworld fights. Okay, how am I doing so bad here? Get in there. Oh, that's right. I have my my shield that I could use to just ignore the combat. Oh, well, thought I did. Metal Sonic is just too smart for me. It's like I'm I'm really fighting Secret of Mana Pebblers. Regrettable. Alright, go peons. You do all the fighting for me. I'm clearly surplus to requirements here. Bloody hell. I'm getting brutalized today. To make matters worse, I have to keep hearing these people talk every time. I guess it's what I get for smack talking the difficulty of the dungeons. I was wondering about that, if the elements build up their elemental fatigue separately or together. Looks like it's together. Feels pretty bad, but I can't get mad, because it would just be mad because bad. I'm left wondering how they managed to do the quest without me, though. You skipped a lot of the... I've skipped just about every quest that's been offered, because I don't want to do them. They're really, really bad quests. Go fetch me 10 of these things. Oh, okay. I'd rather not, though. Much better. Although, was that even where I was meant to go? Does it say which of these weapons is doing what for me? I guess it says if I discard it, I lose X, Y, Z. But I'd prefer to just see their raw stats. 29 and 20 down with you. 29 and 14 down with you. Bullseye, Scope, and Brawler. If I ditched Brawler, that looks like a considerable boost. Oh, but you actually get worse at something. So my Solid Guard got negative, so I guess my shield is less good. That's fine, I barely use it. Although it's a concerning hint that maybe this isn't the way to go. I'm meant to be following Floppy, the bunny, right? Why so healing averse? Are healing items rare? Not particularly. But they're one-off consumables. And I'm always a bit iffy about using one-off consumables. Access denied. What is the point in this area? I guess it's just somewhere to come back to when I have... well, whatever is needed to get through here, I suppose. Wonder if speedruns have found a way to sequence break that. Get my revenge on the access denied. I take a moment to aim there to check my verticality because I wasn't actually sure how high up I was. And here we are. By the way, I'm just assuming you're weak to... No, they actually resist ice. Right, so I should be burning these things then. I assumed that since they were hitting me with fire, they wouldn't like being hit by ice. Well, you know what they say about assuming. Still think that that's a half-decent way to lock them down, though. Well, I'm doing more than the Hexacaster is. Tremor Edge, what the... Pick up a lot of weird items, don't you? An unpowered mechanical device shaking it, making a rattling noise. But why? What possible use could this gizmo have? Right, increasingly feeling that this place is a waste of my time. And yet... How long do you stay active for? Long enough to get some shrimp. Ooh, I got some shrimp in the fridge. Don't think I'll make risotto out of it, but a nice reminder that it's just about dinner time. That's okay though, dinner will have to wait. I'm not done finding the bunny thing. What's the purpose of any of this, though? Can I drag these out with me? That's a no. Maybe that cave does lead somewhere relevant. But in that case, what's the point of these pushable blocks? Got a very limited area here to move them in. You never need to eat, Jake. You live on the love from others. Is that why I'm so hungry? This. Maybe I just need to ignore all of this and chase down the fluffy bunny thing. Although, where did it go? Right, you're over there. How do I get over there? Kingdom for a jump, but whoops. Didn't mean to graze against the wildlife. Maybe there is some route down and through there. Well, what I could do is check the map. What do you say? Did I miss an exit there? Oh boy, parasites in the lake water. I wonder just how many parasites are living there in Balaton. Surely they have a taste for Germans, though. And I'm no German. There was this. But then it's just access deniedville. Unless there was some route around here that passed me by, but I don't think so. Not spotting a way in there. It could be that you need to defeat all these flying seahorses to get there, but I, one, don't want to do that, and two, don't think we've seen a lot of defeat all enemies to unlock way forward rooms before. Sans the ones that lock you in with the energy beam barriers. Right, so if I'm willing to write off this as the way forward, maybe I really am meant to do something with the push blocks. The push blocks that don't seem to have anywhere to go. I don't get it. There's no way to push these blocks. They don't react to my elements. Starting to feel like a bit of a dum-dum now. Only starting, though. There'll be plenty of time for it to manifest properly. Right, getting up to you probably requires jumping on that. Requires jumping there. Probably from here. Maybe from there and there. Oh, is it really that simple? Oh, dum-dum it is then. Perhaps the other thing was a red herring. Wondering, did I lose altitude there somehow? Ah, there we go. Alright, lack of orienteering can't keep me down forever, just for a very long time. Right, what do you want out of me here? I can jump up, I can jump along the walls. I can almost make it to you. And if I could make it to you, I'd probably want to jump up to... Oh, isn't this breakable? Okay. Yeah, probably just jump onto that, onto there, along to there, and away we go. Too easy or too good, your call. Ultimately, I'm glad I stuck with controller for this one. The analog aiming can feel a bit grim, but I'm much happier using analog for movement than I would be mouse and keyboard. Have I not researched enough of these weird glowing plants yet? Autumn's fall. No, not even. Jeez. Getting all the info for these is a grind and a half. I regret ever taking this quest. Analyze all the flora. That's going to be there forever. Beating the game won't be enough for that. Because it's not just smacking the plants, it's getting the drops from them. And I do not know their respawn rate. I'm not yawning from the back-to-back arena fights. At least I don't think I am. Jake sounds exhausted. What happened? The orienteering was chipping away at me. I spent a good chunk of today being lost in this game. You'd think it was a DDR day with how exhausted I am. And it is actually a DDR game, but I slept through that. You have to understand the strenuous life I lead. Climb up this or this? I can jump up to that. I'm unsure if that'll give me the height I need for you, though. Yeah, maybe I should have aimed for it, but that didn't look like it was higher than me right there. Right, what more do you want out of me, game? Not a jump to there. I doubt the rock gives us the height either. No, I think you need two of the wimpy little things, like small boxes and rocks and pots to jump off of for that. In that case, then... what are you asking of me? There we go. We get up here, we go jump, we jump onto these, we jump that next part, and all is well. Now get hauling, Leia. I don't want RimWorld pawns incapable of dumb labor. Okay, I'm getting a bit sick of your arena fights game. Reminded of that person saying this game just has a 20% too much. Too much everything. Although not enough blocking on my part, it seems. Well, more fool me. Like every game released in the past 10 years, this game is all about parrying. Gotta get those perfect parries in. Go, everyone, go! Buggery. No, I think that's down to me, TBW. Not been doing any of the questing, not been doing even a lick of grinding. If an enemy hasn't been completely new or mandatory, I've been ignoring it. Alright, maybe we'll have an easier time with one fewer of these things to chew on. But I think I'd rather spend a little bit longer in the fights getting my ass whooped than grab all the hog anuses I've been asked to get. No resistance. Okay, I think I knew that, but doesn't stop me forgetting that. What? He hits that thing, the shockwave comes back towards me. Buggery. Oh well, it's only a game. Time lost due to losing fights equals time lost grinding. Might even be more. But the thought of doing the grinding is such a turn off. Maybe I should just get good, rather than simply flinging myself at enemies and expecting things to work. Especially against such slow enemies like this, it should be rather trivial. Although that shockwave thing does catch me off guard. See? All too easy. Helltone says they found themselves rewatching the Xenonauts playthrough. Pure joy. Which one? The one with Baron? Or the one of the ones that was solo? I've ran Xenonauts quite a few times now. It can be pretty painful to see some of my early play with Xenonauts before I got relatively good at the game. Does it want me to drag this over here? If so, what would I do with it? I'd probably make a jump from there to there, or vice versa. Oh, can I throw it in the drink? Ah. Emily? Stop being French. Move to Switzerland, change your name, and pretend that nothing ever happened. Right, what, if anything, have I made possible with that? Not getting up there, that's for sure. There's more than one of them. I think there are now 3 Xenonauts runs. I did my first run, which was just on Babby normal mode. I did an insane run, and then I did ballistics only with Baron. The ballistics only run... It went, and it was good fun. That's the cope we should have. It was good fun. Am I taking this the wrong way? Not sure how I get up to you. Life would be a little bit easier if I could get that elevation or this elevation. Neither are available. How about you? Ah, that's available. And I just threw it away. Yes, if I had to make a recommendation of those, it would be the ballistics only run with Baron, kind of a culmination of all things Xenonauts around here. Being able to hit those little shortcuts after solving something is really rather nice. This game is absolutely well thought out in its platforming. So there's a lot to love about this game. And honestly, I think the detractors on this game are more my problem rather than the game's. Alright, you guys do all the bloody work. I'm phoning it in. Like streamer, like stream. Holy smokes, I am having a difficult time telling when that guy's in the air and not. Oh, he's not having a hard time telling me when to die, though. Oh, it's just 2 hits and down I go? Come on, you idiots, break him! It's that easy. So I'd hoped. That burn is becoming a sizable problem for me. Kind of glad that I do have my compatriots here to draw the aggro. I'm trying to imagine what this would be like solo. Actually, I think I'm going to see if I can dismiss my party members if I die here, and then see if I can even attempt this solo. Entertaining thought though it is. Because his speed and aggression seem outrageous. Look at that! Just own on you and boom, dead. Oh, revenge for the dead bunnies in the Long Dark makes almost too much sense. Break, you bunny bastard, break! Although we don't seem to be building up the break meter by hitting him with cold now that he's... Oh, probably because I'm in cold, am I? I was using regular attacks like a chump. I just hear Emelita crunch down on a sandwich. If I didn't have the walls and things here to save me, I would be a broken Spheremancer. Let's not count that reality out just yet. Ah! Pain. Oh, I said I was going to try it with without my teammates. Whoops. Right. Maybe I can mentally store that thought. It's the first time for anything. so fast, though. Jeez. Yeah, just noticed her there. Emelita having her snack. Ah, you fools! I had him right where I wanted him. On my big bang attack. Thinking about it, haven't I been picking up all these items like pure water? Molten ice. Status mend goes up. You'd think something like that would put out fire. Maybe it does? I'm loath to attack neutrally, but I recall the game saying that that's the best way to cool down your elemental overheating. Oh, that's what happens with her going down. Right, let's try some of this water, shall we? Glug, glug, glug. Couldn't help but notice I'm still on fire. Coming to the horrifying conclusion, I think I'm relying on Emily for damage in this this fight. I was looking at damage she was doing compared to me, but that's okay. Sometimes it's your first fight against Lao Shan and you just need somebody else to do all the damage. And Emelita's aware this game goes on for a bit too long as well. Wish her dialogue wasn't so memey though. I mean, all the dialogue in this game is a bit memey. What have we here? Gaia's Garden, back down to Rookie Harbor. I am already lost, but I'm sure that's not a problem. Access denied, but now I always want to try it twice. Right, that got me the leaf green thing, right? You got the furry mischief maker. Go get your ward back at the ancient center. Game's making a really big leap in judgment that I remember where ancient center is. Oh, I'm in ancient center. Glowing bird statue, can't miss it. Oh, hey, Lucky. It reminds me of playing with someone with a hunting horn. Support is a real class. A legit role, if you will. You look at the hunting horn's contribution in damage and you go, it's alright, but it's still like 20% lower than mine. And then you realize, oh, hang on. About 25% of all the other hunters' damage comes from hunting horn buffs. So the hunting horn really did, the most damage. By a long way, you say. Then you go and cry your tears straight into your dual blades. Gonna go to the first Scholar HQ, something about raids. Actually, I'm more than a little curious about how this whole raiding debacle works. Oh god, look at these. They're collections of 3, so maybe 3 is the maximum size of your party. The menu seems to look like it, doesn't it? They missed a real opportunity to give you shed loads of different compatriots. Would have been cool. But I guess they had a story to tell. Okay, once again, I didn't listen to you. The first Scholars HQ. Where the heck was that? Fall Diver HQ. First Scholar. That wasn't over here, was it? And that means these were the strongest ideas for NPCs. Oh, don't you start. Maybe there was like somebody that backed the game massively and they wrote Emelita. First Scholar HQ. I have a map, but where the hell is that? Couldn't have been kinder to tell me the first Scholar HQ in XYZ area, right? You can enter Gaia's garden. Maybe I just ignore you about the... Well, no, I do want to see how the raid goes. Where is First Scholar HQ? It's not the Seeker Hub. This is an open question, by the way. If you know where it is, I'm all the happier to hear. First Scholar HQ. Was that our guild? No, surely the guild wouldn't have information on that. And I don't think we'd be going back to Bergen for it. Maybe it was in the most recent area. Although, which of these would it be? I feel like a significant amount of my time is spent wondering where in the world am I meant to go. Probably because that's exactly how it has been happening. This is that trial place that we dealt with. Do I really not have a... Hey, here we go. Meet with the guild... Ah, it is the guild members. Ah. Well, I somewhat remember that was. Wasn't it to the top of Autumn's Rise? There it is. There's First Scholars HQ. Just need to spend half a moment thinking. Which eats up my thinking budget. Okay. First raid with the first scholar member. Does that mean I'm going to be joining up with these severely over-leveled individuals? The raid is balanced to match the average level of each team, so it'll work despite the level. Ah, how nice. Actually, I wouldn't mind trading Amelita for one of these guys. We're gonna have this briefing, but I won't brief you until we get there. Okay, great. There's a tricky boss enemy at the end for each team. We'll do it tomorrow afternoon. Don't be late. Yeah, out you go. The immersion breaking of saying, we're going to do a raid tomorrow afternoon, and everybody just being free. Game's gonna send me into a coma with all the sudden flashes of white here. It's like I'm playing Mega Man 2. Yeah, considering this guy seems to be a cross-worlds techie, couldn't he just artificially boost me up? Open up cheat engine? Wham up all my stats, something fierce? The statue in Autumn's Fall. Very good. But which statue? Actually, really, which statue? Oh no, it's But Thou Must. At least it's opened up for me. Still haven't sussed how to get to there, though. And I would quite like to know. Can't thread a needle like that. Yeah, exploration remains this game's strongest point for me. Not that the visuals aren't really strong either. Maybe there's a way to transition up the top there? Possibly. But I've accidentally found the statue, so here we are. The equipment options in Rookie Harbor. See, I want to see if they actually go and get some better gear, but I tried that earlier and they weren't having any of it. Also, I have not been saving often. Let's change that. Yeah, gear schmear. Sure, we have everything we need despite getting our arse handed to us by the local wildlife. Maybe this is here just to teach you that you can push and pull these blocks, but we've been pushing and pulling blocks since the entry tutorial. Still strikes me as bizarre, the existence of that. Lucky maintains that it's the best part of the game, figuring out the puzzles. Yeah. I think there's a lot of lost potential in the whole MMO emulating experience. They shoehorned way too much story and character into it. If I could have much more brevity in my characters, I'd be very happy. And a lot more options for the sidekicks, which would work well together since you wouldn't have to write so much for everyone. But I'm sure there are people out there that adored all these spunky additions to the party. But yeah, I'd rather play solo. Come to think of it, can I kick them out right now? Piss off! There we go. Ah. Is that what happened earlier when I tried to leave a place? Yeah, I just looked at the access denied. I didn't pay attention to it opening up. Why? That is too high. Could go here, but to what avail? This can't be climbed up. That can't be jumped to. Somebody hopping around over there, though. Oh, what have I achieved by coming here? Not height. Perhaps an appreciation for how I need to get the height here from the cliff face along there. Because this does not seem to be enough to get me where I need to go. But no, it's blocked by these things. Maybe you can run along this way if you can somehow get up here. close. Closer. Alright, we're in the money now, but don't smudge the finish. We need to jump on the right bits here, otherwise we're going to lose all the height that we gained. Which are the right bits? You... Using the shadows here to tell how high I am. The shadows from the little balls out of this thing. And thank goodness those exist, otherwise it would be hopeless here. Alright. Non-Euclidean Leia got more sandwiches. Which I earlier poo-pooed as being a bit useless, and now I'm thinking, And given how promptly I get my keister kicked in combat, perhaps I'm going to be needing those. Your keister is your bum. I'm sure someone at least out there was wondering what the hell is he saying. No! Alright, let's bring these edgelords back into my party. A lot of battles. I didn't sign up for that. Raiding isn't about lots of battles. It's about swiftly taking what is about to become yours and not somebody else's. Para Island. That must be in the Philippines again. Test of teamwork. Top of the hill. Move in unison. Old timers. How many people call you old timer, Lucky? One member of each team will be the column tackler. Attack specific enemies. What do you mean, be bad at these puzzles, Ander? I've been pretty good at the puzzles. If I dare say so myself, which I do. Not the world's strongest attack, but I do like the area control of using the cold version of my charge-up attack. Pathetic. Still don't think I've figured out how to break these, though. All the attacks I've tried when they're glowing red have failed. Failed to break them, that is. How? Yeah, the hardest puzzle we face today is how to leave town. However, I have vindicated myself on that one. The party has investigated the party and found that the party is not at fault. It said access denied and pushed me back. What else was I left to think? Now, as somebody pointed out, I have made that mistake before. We have to fight the pillars, column tacklers. We have to fight the small blocks with the same color. Let's do the red ones, okay. Once the blocks are activated, you can bring them down. Okay. Is that activated? No resistances, huh? Nada. The point of this might be a little lost on me. Why am I fighting rocks? This raid sucks. Where's the actual raiding? Blue block first. Making some real assumptions from me here. Come on, my useless compatriots. I've done all the hard work. You guys carry on. Wait. How do we even hit that? There we go. Bummer. Is this what raiding in MMORPGs is like? Maybe I shouldn't claim to be a master of the English language, but I don't consider this raiding. And I do consider myself a master of the English language. Yeah, that's the idea I had in my head, Beziel. The idea that we get together and by clearing out the dungeon, we can then raid it, taking all of its niceties. You guys just go on. I need to take a breather here. Where's our healer? How am I reaching that? Maybe with this? Oh, you rascal! Seahorse popped me right into the water. Fatal. Although you'd think it'd be my compatriot's duty to keep that off my back. Very chaotic, jeez. Oh, damn. You're pretty much doing it other than it being a pretty crappy dungeon design-wise. I take issue with the term dungeon here, I suppose. Also, where's the loot? Isn't that why people do raids? The fat loot? Maybe the fat loot's going to be a punnet of strawberries and some twigs at this rate. Well, that's interesting. They kill themselves by jumping into the water. Could this be exploitable? Glad we have all these seasoned MMO players to explain terminologies for me. And the MMOs I played, I don't think any of them would be considered RPGs. You do play a role and they are games, but not in the standard sense. The role I played in Tribal Wars was just somebody who had far, far too much time. on their hands, which I suppose was true. I was a student, neglecting my studies. Oh god, these things. Wait, maybe I'm safe if I just... Oops. You say green, but... I didn't hit green. Consider myself very fortunate that Elemental Overlord doesn't seem to have come with any downsides. How am I getting to you? Guess I want to bounce off of here. If my teammates could pretend to fight. Hey Jake, any idea if the new Frostpunk DLC is any good? Nah, I have no idea. I haven't touched Frostpunk 2 since, since doing the streams of it. It wasn't particularly good then, and I can't imagine that the DLC they're making for it will improve upon that. The fact that it was very quietly dropped makes me think they're just finishing it out of necessity. You know, they sold all those... not quite season pass, but you know, buy the whole thing, buy all the DLC we're making as well, so they're obligated to make it. Although I wonder if any games have sold season passes alike and then just, you know, it performed terribly, so they just couldn't do it. Or didn't do it. I wonder if they get into any legal trouble with that. You can decide which element to take on. I don't care, let's just take them on. However we do. I guess I need to make some kind of angly approach to hit that green thing. Oh, or not. I'm still not sure I really understand what's going on with this whole elemental block bashing nonsense. What if I just hit all of them? Well, I can die. That always seems to be an option. Calls it a color conflict and then says you're out of luck. Okay. Well, in that case... We can do this. We can die. There we go. Not that this game has had the most inspiring enemy design, but we're just fighting blocks here. Right. Rather dark. There we go. Try luck where the green goes. But then how do I get to you? There. Yeah, puzzling out how to actually hit these things is a lot more exciting than actually fighting them. Alright, blue, time to die. Must have been that lassie in the long dark. Just hacking her way through to other games now. So I'd almost forgotten about this guy. He appeared right at the very start, explained nothing, and then sailed off. He gave us extra experience at the start, which is why people were suspicious of us at the very beginning. if you know about that, sunshine. He's only level 36. Aren't we level 36? Probably not very well. I had a sneaking suspicion that was a forced loss, so I decided not to crack open another can of my gamer godliness. But at the same time, it almost looked winnable. Oh, you can defeat him. Interesting. Does it change anything dramatically? There's a tough fight in Disgaea. And if you win, it just rolls credits. It's always nice to be acknowledged for doing things like that. West, then south. Okay, thank you. Keen instructions, even I couldn't forget that. Any idea what the language this guy is meant to be trying to say? What was he saying? Junj and Ja? I'll just assume he's Brazilian. Hold on, if he's in my team... Hmm? He's right next to me, but I can't contact him, and I can't turf him out either. Probably a bad idea to turf him out since he's so much more powerful than me. Can I walk along this? Ah. don't really want to do quests, but I get the feeling this is mandatory. What's it asking me here? Get a device in the Scarlet River and the River Delta. Whilst this strange brown music plays. Ooh! Let's see what you're made of. It's like firing a weapon in the neutral zone in Bionic Commando. Alright, well, let's not be doing any of that then. It's possible I ignored it, but what in the world, or where in the world rather, are we meant to be going here? I thought he mentioned a building that looks like this, but no. Forest, lake, town... Can these things at least be destroyed? Get to work, Schneider. We all know I can't do diddly here. We're sharing the experience and loot, right? He's not even that powerful. Jangly's pathetic even. Get to work. Oh, and after this. I've done my part. Oh dear. Okay, mistakes have been made. Even weak to anything? Poor resistance to ice, but not seeing that. You know it, Lucky. Wonder if there's any green herbs around here. What exactly are we achieving up here? Can I jump on these trees? Well, that answers that. And the answer is no. an unpleasant noise that music is. Feel a bit directionless here. Rakanishu is asking, how is the game? I started it, but I never continued past the tutorial ship. It takes a while to stop being a glorified tutorial. In fact, we've done 2 of the dungeons, and I still feel like the game is still a glorified tutorial. I get up here, but for what? I don't shoot to anything new. Don't know if these do anything. The lights, that is. Anyway, it's a fairly impressive game. I think overall it's not really a game for me. But I am impressed by what it does. Very well made, good puzzles, good exploration, passable combat. Passable to good combat. But the writing is hogwash. And the plot and the characters are both bouncing off me like mad. And as somebody eloquently put it, it feels like the game is just 20% too much. Just dungeons just that bit too long, fights going on just that bit too long, people talking just that bit too much. So you're getting value for your money here, that's for sure. What in the world do I do here? That is too high. This gets me over here, but from here... Ah. You. Although even if I had made that jump, what does it do for me? Did I always throw out that second beam after my swing? But yeah, for a sense of exploration and wonder, this game is pretty amazing. Seeing something and thinking, ooh, how do I get there? And then exploring until you figure it out. Feels pretty good. I'm not making that. Okay, so all the distance I've made here seems to account for naught. There are these dots along here that make me think there's something I meant to activate to open up the door. This, somehow? But how? No idea. Maybe there's somewhere else to explore. Although, maybe you hit it with elements. Maybe, God forbid, I meant to kill these enemies. Getting a drink. Perhaps something down here will help us out. Forest Cliff River Town Centre. Oh, that's quite alright, Como. Part of the charm of this game is figuring that stuff out. I'll explicitly ask. If I'm stumped and looking for a clue. Maybe I should be grateful that it took me out of the raid. The raid sucked. I kind of hope that was just a plot point and not something one does a lot of in this game. Although it might be after every dungeon they go, wow, raiding is so fun, let's do more of it. Ah, this way to the river delta. And this one's glowing, that's a better sign. When I finished the dungeon, I did think, that didn't take too long. Would I finish up the stream there and then, you know, next stream we'll do the next dungeon and whatnot, but next dungeon is certainly holding out on me. Hey Lucky, when you were playing this, did you use controller or mouse and keyboard? Yeah, I figure you gotta look after your joints. Hope it wasn't that too heavy PS5 controller. I actually use PS5 controller these days, and I am not a big fan of it. I think I prefer the DualShock 4. Ah, okay, so from here I must hit all of them. Can I angle that up to you, though? That feels like I'm close. But not close enough. Let's take a much, much simpler approach then. What, that wasn't good enough for you? Recht. 2 down, 1 to go. Wasn't paying attention to where the last one was. Wasn't paying attention to where any of them were. That was somewhat close. Right, maybe, just maybe I should think a bit more about the angle that I'm going at here. Or I don't. Maybe find the right angle and then go from there. But what the heck, now it's... Ah, if I stand like so... It take too long to get over that, though. Perhaps I need something like this. Wet. Feel ill done to here. There we go. Como says they use mouse and keyboard. I feel like that would be so much better for the aiming. That lowers you, that's all well and good, but... even if that got through, it wouldn't be high enough. And I can't tell you to just stand there, or can I? You there. Stay and do nothing for a little... oh, okay. That gets in the way as well. Oh dear. That lowers you. There's not even enough time to get around. What if I were to be on this side of you? What then? Then you stay down. Ah. Nice and simple. if I can time it at all. Oh, there's no need to charge a shot, is there? I should just go brrrt. I imagine when testing this, there were a whole lot of soft locks they had to deal with. I agree. Enough already. Very quick and easy, though. That, however, was only one of the two I need to do. The other one's in Scarlet River. Now, where in the world is Scarlet River? It's right next to me. He's as thrilled as I am. Oh. Never thought I would feel so at one with a German. But I suppose they do come over here every year to infest Lake Balaton. In many ways I owe them a great debt. I doubt this place would be kept as spick and span if it didn't suckle all the euros out of the Germans every year. The benefits of playing this 10 years later, what, not being soft-locked? I don't know how much post-release support this game got, mind. Do love the sound effects in this game. That th-tong noise it makes when connecting with those is very satisfying. And good sound effects do indeed go a long way for a game, at least in my humble opinion. Right, top left and bottom left. Looks to be some kind of pipework way to get down there that I clearly missed. I reckon jumping along here some way somehow. So, from here. Oh yeah, I've got a lot of great things to say about this game. I've got a lot of bad things as well, but... well, no buts. What'll it be? That's simple. Can't help but feel that there's some balance stuff going on here. So half an hour ago I was getting absolutely bodied in the fights. I've done no side quests, no grinding, and then just crunch, away they go. And both of them have been apparently plot mandatory sequences. Perhaps they're trying to emulate one of my favorite games, Terranigma, which has some of the worst balance in a game I've ever played. Right, to get up to you and to go along that top pipe, which is just this way. The artwork is a little bit similar to Terranigma's. Need Dr. Baruga to come down and thank me for arousing him. Oh, right, the building. The lights seem to go towards there. Probably opens up the front door. Remarkable. How did he know? Clearly I'm smurfing and I've played this before. It's not new, we were dealing with these in the other area, don't you recall? I actually rather appreciate how, when enemies have their guard up, they take reduced damage. They don't take no damage. I can get quite hacked off with games where, you know, oh, you haven't waited your turn to damage the enemy, so right now it's immortal. Even Avorion, a game that I adore, is guilty of that. Sometimes you end up in a fight with an enemy that is just completely invulnerable to all damage because you haven't dealt with the minions yet. Always felt remarkably wrong. And then it can become vulnerable again, and then you just destroy it in one hit because you have really good guns. It just ain't right. Anyway, speaking of not right, I'm hungry. I wonder if I could actually just give you what's for. Oh, not like that. Come on, Schneider, pick up the pace. I feel like I'm doing all the bleeding work here. obviously just bodying in that fight because it probably is in chat. They seem oddly excited to see CrossCode here. Must be a fan. And I can see why this game would get its fans. Although every time I've put it in as my active game on Twitch, Twitch tells you how many people are streaming that game, or rather how many people are viewing that game. Never has any viewers. Who would have thought maybe people played their fill of this game 8 or 10 years ago? Yeah, it's one of those were troublesome. Now we got two. Been burning through the sandwiches like mad today. It's not a good feeling. Nice. Don't think I've figured out what that antivirus thing is yet. Maybe they connect somehow and that's how you do damage to the shielded thing. Oh, hey, Dark Young. Your kind of game is what I was absolutely saying this isn't. Who knows? The world's full of surprises. Dead. It's not friend slop, he's not interested. Oh, we've been having plenty of platforms, don't worry about that. Sure. Yeah, I think I gotta break them during the little antivirus cuddle. Go, Schneider, go! I'll be moral support. Now he's doing some actual bloody damage. I guess he was holding back for the other fights because he didn't want to ruin the experience for me. I'm helping with my 10 or 20 damage while he does 1800. Feels good suckling that EXP off, though. Now else here? Quite like the vibes of this area. Going to nasty, distorted, Silent Hill version of the CrossCode's world. Now, where's my fat loot? Oh, I was just doing some casual parkour there, Doc Young. I didn't even notice it. There is a ton of platforming in this game. At least I got my sandwiches back. Whoa, 10,000 creds. This'll make you a rich man. Freaking unreliable turtleneck here. You mentioned return to our rooms, but where exactly are our rooms? Dormitory. I wonder if I can game the system here a bit. Oh. See ya. My room's in the building to the south. How do you know where the rooms are? If I've been there, it passed me by. Easy does it. Oh, easy does it. Nobody has to know. It's just like that bit in Terranigma. You know, in... what was it called? Wong's Castle? You stop taking a bath. Here we go. Oi! You're not allowed to see up here. That's strange. This game normally is very respectful of the Z-axis. But it's allowed in here. Guess it had enough of my shenanigans. Someone has to. Right, this time. I couldn't jump to there anyway, I think. Gotta take the long way around. Oh, bollocks. Seeing that as one advantage of playing with mouse and keyboard is you're going to have much more precise right-angled movement. Here, if I drift a little bit up or down with my analog, it's going to wheek me right off of though. Get up, get up, get up. Yeah, wheek me right off like that. Ugh. Non-Euclidean CrossCode. Hold on, actual bars of gold. This place ain't so bad. It says this should be worth quite a lot, but I don't recall. Do you actually sell anything in this game? Maybe I just... Oh, you sell equipment. I recall that much. I don't know if you had any to sell. Ah, speaking of equipment. It's hard to deny that's a big jump in focus, but I prefer to live off the land here. Ah, you can sell other crap. All this veritable gold mine I've been sitting on and not selling. Well, such is the nature of this kind of game. It's gonna stay in my inventory till we finish. Yeah, I can sell the gold for big money, and maybe it only ever exists to be sold, but I'll just cling on to it for dear life. After all, I was playing Kamidori the other day, and in Kamidori there is an item called treasure. And treasure only exists to be sold. Except sometimes you get quests that require treasure, so I sold all my treasure. And then Hannah said, yeah, I need 5 of each of the special gems. And it's timed as well, and you gotta grind for them. Grinding takes in-game time. And is chance-based, so you might get a gem, you probably won't. That was unpleasant. Oh, hang on, I missed you. Well, if you've got drops, I'm having them. Although, not from this way. Yeah, once bitten, twice shy on the hoarding there. Makeable? No, but it looks fine from the other side. Nice interesting twist that this guy cannot remember what life is like outside of the CrossCode, but Emelita and the purple nerd guy, Tronny, they were talking about their lives outside of the CrossCode. Is this like Final Fantasy VIII? If you spend too much time with the code, it's all you ever know? I mean, spoilers for Final Fantasy VIII, but you shouldn't play that game anyway. It's trash. I'm sure some people out there like it, but it's so bad. Dark Young doesn't want us talking about bad Final Fantasies, just in case 12 comes into the picture. Right, how have I been unable to locate the dormitory? Probably because it's not on this screen. Oh, that's right. We started here, and then that weirdo told us to go out. I've already forgotten that. That's how easily the game's plot is washing over me. Yeah, now I recall. Schlaf gut. Oh, I thought that was... I thought we were told this ages ago. How else would he be involved in all of this? How does a game with a mute protagonist have so much talking? That's why every game should just be Resident Evil Outbreak. Wait, no, go, Kevin, no, sorry. So when we're finishing off Outbreak, Lucky? You can't have an incomplete playlist of Outbreak runs? Maybe it can be the BK game. Yeah, we're sitting there waiting on Lucas. He says, "Don't worry, guys. I'll get those checks after dinner." So then we know we have to wait 3 hours anyway. Alright, more flashbacks here. I think my patience for games that tell their stories out of orders have all but eroded. Except... although I moaned about it incessantly whilst playing it, I loved Sanabi. And I only loved it more after rewatching my own run, after knowing how the game ended and piecing all the points together. And then reflecting on just how well it was done. I think Sanabi is in this year's GDQ or ESA. Hopefully ESA, because GDQ's train wreck, but either way I will tune in for that one. It's the single best grappling hook game I've ever played, and I've played a fair few. Hell, I played Mickey Mouse's Magical Adventure on the Super Nintendo. You know I've got refined tastes there. Oh, Ash Ketchum's with us. I was listening to the song the other day, Young. Right, that was about 5 years ago. We were working... what's the name of this place? Instatainment. What a lame name. You know Germans developed this. Satoshi is my brother. Just going to drop that on us. Nobody knows exactly what happened to you. We found you laying in a hospital. Okay, great. And you decided to just forcibly plug me into this game. I hope they do that if they find my body on the streets somewhere. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. I just don't want to spend a lot of money. Oh yeah, I was watching some GDQ VODs from 2014 and before. It's like a completely different event. Oh god, having to form a party for quests. Anybody else got those games in their playlist? They've done almost everything, but there's still a couple of achievements left, and they both require you to play with another person. Plug Jake into the Draken machine. I'm already plugged into the Draken machines. Obviously, many of my dreams involve video games, but a disproportionate amount of them are Draken. We have no task, just go and do stuff. They phoned it in on this MMO. I was mere moments away from saying, at least having this guy around is orders of magnitude more enjoyable than Emelita and the purple nerd, Tronny. And then he just had to open his mouth. We should have got the other purple guy. What was his name? Gilgamesh or something like that? Some lame, overused name. Oh, that's cool. He's actually taking note of the fact that I went up there and explored it all. Yes, I did, sunshine. One day people will scan Jake's brain and all it will say is, all is as the Phoenix. Oh, that I love you monster. That was something else. Blondie here has lost it. I'm completely unsure what this segment is meant to be. Maybe Blondie's gonna have a mental breakdown real soon. Maybe he's in the middle of it right now. Wait, you said something. Thank God this game has this log of what just got said. Because, you know, I look at a chunk of text. I acknowledge that there is text there. Sometimes I even read it, but I seldom digest it. I just look at it and go, words, yes. Let's go back to the lake. Right, you want to narrow it down? There's a lot of lakes here. Maybe the one that he pointed at and said it might be water. We're going to get some dancing between now and Sunday, asks Dark Young. Tomorrow and Saturday are both strong candidates. Today was a strong candidate, but the bed was stronger. Jake, we tried the voice... Oh, please don't tell me there's a voice pack for this game. Come on now. Get on the pipe. The voice pack for this game sounds horrifying. This was not the way. Any chance for Saturday to be stronger? I don't get home till 4 p.m. No. I very much base DDR around how I'm feeling. I mean, you seem to base DDR around never, so I think mine's a bit of a step up. When you said we're going back to the lake, what did you mean by that? Because here we are at the lake. Well, whilst you ponder that question, I'm going to ponder what's in the cube. I DDR each time you beat non-stop. Oh no, okay. Each time I do this insane challenge that's so hard I've never beaten it, he'll play DDR. What a treat. I do still plan on beating that though. This remains my biggest, most ambitious DDR target. Another couple of regular sessions, I think I can get back into non-stop doubles. What the heck? You want to visit the lake? We're at the bleeding lake. There's one more location I want you to show. Oh wait, we looked at it? I must have completely missed that. Anyway, let's go to the west. Did he say that? I must have completely missed him saying that. Did you fix your pads? Yeah. I still want to do a bit more maintenance on them, but they're usable right now. I've ordered up some cleaning fluid and copper tape that I'm going to use to increase the sensitivity. But there was a loose connection on one of the pads, which I had various ideas of how to fix it, and in the end I drilled a screw through it. And it worked. It worked pretty damn well. This game and it fades to white. It's a constant barrage on my eyes. Right, there's a way to get up here. Some inmates went up, never came back. Well, maybe they left this place. That's a good line. It sure was pointless, but I still hope you had a good time. Yeah, not so bad, Blondie. You know, I was able to just... no. I was able to just eke around them previously. But I guess the other ones had a bit of a gap. But actually, these ones reacted to being nudged. How peculiar. Yeah, this of all games does not need padding. Maybe they further wanted to emulate MMOs by having a runtime that's just way too long for anyone with a job. And I do think they do things that are detrimental to the game just to stay true to their vision of mimicking old MMOs. There's no way they got together and said, hey, you know, let's have Ice World followed by Desert World in our game, because that'll be fun and original. Surely not. Not even Germans would be that devoid of soul to hamper their creativity like that. They must have done it as a specific reference to these kinds of games. It's the only explanation I'm willing to believe, because I do not want to think that this is as good as they can crank out. Am I going to lose too much height going down there? I worry a bit about that. The music playing in this area is so eerily familiar. Obviously, it's not the same as another game, but it sounds so much like something else I've played. Buggery. Oh well, at least I can get this. But then, how do I get over to you? Doesn't seem to be an easy way to regain height. Checking to see if there was a way up there, but no. Live in the dream, wake up, play a game for a little bit, go straight back to bed. Enviable. Okay, so job's worth the sweater boy here. He's too worried about his job to save me from Purgatory. Didn't he die in the opening? I've long forgotten what was happening in the opening. Suppose I could rewatch it. Wake up, spend 16 hours in an MMO and go back to bed. No, boy. Fortunately, the games I tended to play were quite action limited, so you couldn't sink 16 hours. Well, I suppose if you really tried. Urban Dead even had an IP limit. You couldn't even launch the Urban Dead page 300 times without being booted out. You like this place? No, not really. Good lord, this whole area has long overstayed its welcome. Ooh, weren't you at the intro of the game? I have even less idea what's going on now. When did it become so trendy to have plots that just confuse you into immersion? It's not even an option just to say no to this crappy quest. Ah. Did I read that right? We're meant to go to the east? We're meant to go to the northern region. Second trial building in the northern region. But you say I do it in Crimson Lake and Ebony Forest. Crimson Lake, Ebony Forest. Okay. Yeah, well, I feel like I've been getting it more and more, Kamoy. Maybe it's easier than writing something cohesive. Oh my god, this is really starting to drag. You have this dry quest. The characters say, this is a pretty dry quest, but you still have to do it. Gameplay is being sacrificed for storytelling here. How do I get up to those? Maybe it'll pull the rug out from under me and actually go, well, no. We're going to have a way to log you out in the middle of all of this, so you don't have to do this. I see. No, looks like we're still doing them. Where'd the music go? Well, that's unusual. Very, very rare are there moments where you actually have to defeat enemies to proceed. Okay, that just freezes this in place. Ba-dong. I'm going to be sure to reread the explanation on the long play submissions for this game, because I always ask people, what do you think makes this a good long play candidate? Not that I'm too soured on the game. Hell, I'm still playing it. But I wonder what the thought process was on this one. It's a good game. It's an interesting game, but it's a tough one to stream. How did you get through streaming all this, Lucky? Maybe he did funny voices for all the characters and dialogue. Is that even the way to go for you? You didn't do it for... How many sessions did it take, then? Okay, this might get us somewhere. Get us some lovely infected cells. Is that the third transformation for cell? Imperfect, semi-perfect, perfect, infected. How do I get to you? I need to go along the pipe. Pipe. 18 sessions, about 2 hours each. Oh, good lord. I gotta up my game. On the plus side, that's only about 6 sessions of 6 hours. And one can only hope I'll do less grinding than you. Recht. That's one, but there was another. Yeah, my other concern is that maybe by doing the side quests, you actually get strong enough to blitz through the combat a bit faster than I am. So I wonder how much time I'm really saving by ignoring all the people asking me to collect hog anuses. I must go this way, surely. Ah, yes, this again. Wait, but we already went along here. Why are we doing it again? You know how best to hurt me, CrossCode. That won't work. Yeah, I've done essentially no grinding, so it's of little surprise that the combat is kicking my teeth in as much as it is, but the quest design in this game is god-awful. But again, I think it's god-awful on purpose, because it's trying to emulate that MMO feeling. Whether or not the game is for the better for that, who's to say? Well, that's right. That's right. When I was playing around here earlier, I got to this point and thought, "What's the point in being here? This is the point in being here." So we had the fun of exploration, but the game said, "Well, actually, no. The plot is not ready for you yet." Right, we must ride pipes. Starting from here. You know, makes me appreciate something like Rune Factory. In Rune Factory 4, if you want to go all the way up to Leon Karnak at the very start, well, luck be upon you. You'll get brutalized, but you can go there. The thing is, if you go there and don't get brutalized, you'll become incredibly powerful. Love Rune Factory 4. One of my all-time favorite games. When your characters are talking about how bored they are, you've probably got a boring part in your game. You know I'm mute, right? Jake, when inserting the custom name, what kind of files are you looking for to change? What? Inserting the custom name? Oh, you got esports manager. You spent 5 minutes looking and you stopped caring. I don't have esports manager, so I don't know what files it even has. Unless you're looking for my chat name list, which is freely available on my Google Drive. If you need that link, then it would be a welcome break from this to tab out and grab it. Alright. We're not going to do this stupid quest. We're just going to go and sleep. Is there standard way games do it? Nope. All games are going to have their localization files done differently. Some of them might not even have localization files. Some horrible games hard-code it. And if you think, well, that sounds really inconvenient, then you're damn right. Steady on there. So that person that said the game feels like it has about 20% too much. Can we up that? I'm thinking maybe 40%. This is really becoming the endless 8 of video games. Wait, in the end, we just come back to the same bloody place. Okay, come on, game. Give me a break. It's just these things again as well. Spare me, game. Now that said, they might still be causing me some issues. I do sometimes feel in combat there's no way I should be taking that much damage. I think this is very self-inflicted. I mean, on reflection, they have difficulty settings for exactly this. I think I've still not really cottoned on how these things are meant to be taking damage. Oh, of course, in the end I can just leave it to him. He's the over-leveled one. It's like leaving damage dealing in a monster hunt to Lucky. I'll just play my horn in the corner, don't mind me. You ever go back to Wilds? Trying to remember. I think I did everything the game had to offer when it came out, and then I never even looked into it when it had further updates. I mean, I even catch all the endemic life. I enjoy that crap. Oh, I don't love coming here. Did I just heal when I paused there? What happened? My health just went up by like 100 and so. Anyway. Tummy time. I just don't get it with the dodge, though. I think dodge just doesn't dodge you through certain kinds of attacks. Especially fire attacks, I never seem to dodge through them. Still don't really understand how I'm meant to fight these things. I'm sure it's very obvious, but I'm still not understanding it. They've got that antivirus thing they do. There's probably some meaning to that. But heaven help me if I know what it is. Don't you have a shield? Yeah, I do. A shield that I forget about constantly. Yeah, they do that antivirus thing, then they take no damage. What's up with that? I thought maybe they might be funneling their damage over to the big one, but no. Well, something worked. I'll be here contributing 25 damage. Isn't this guy from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Blondie. This is meant to be a whole lot of not my problem. Get to work. 1337 credits. Very nice. If you hit them with the element they're weak against, they'll turn into an antivirus. At this point, you want to start smacking them towards the main red-blue virus, and then they will break them. Then you get into melee range and allow you to do... Oh, I had no idea about that. Maybe it's on the Monster Encyclopedia thing. You live like this? I don't think you want to touch that bad, Leah. How many times have we just sat down and had this kind of circular talk? Please make it stop. Yeah, Lucca, when you said the writing was dog water, you were not kidding. I thought maybe it was just, you know. Just couldn't handle the bants. Well, Sumke, I only heard of this esports manager at the start of this stream, so forgive me for not having had any time to look into it yet. Yeah, it's bad and there's tons of it. Now, to be fair, there is this button on my controller, the triangle button, that is skip all. But if I have to suffer through this, you gotta suffer with me. Maybe we gotta do another day of this? Do we have to go and do another stand on the square and hit the pegs puzzle? You are pulling my pizzle. Maybe we'll see Leah's room next. And we'll see how trashy that is. When I reflect upon all the guys' rooms and all the girls' rooms I've been in, universally the girl rooms tend to be dumpster heaps. That's just a generalization, though. Poor blonde German guy's room isn't always like that. Then again, I keep my bedroom fairly barren. A bit of an Auschwitz experience. Nice white walls and everything tucked away. Oh, what the hell? If there's something you want to do here, no, the only thing I want to do here is leave. Is the idea that we just went to balls to the wallet? I didn't pay attention to what he said. There's a secret route in the Upper East over there. How secret? I tried to get here earlier. Maybe we can just bum rush it. After all, the transition area is just beyond here. Or maybe I just need to destroy you? Oh no, that's not happening. Jawohl. In that case, how do we get up there? I imagine Jake's room to be a barren white wasteland with a plain brown desk and an 80s computer in the middle. Oh, come on now. I don't keep my computer in my bedroom. That's a recipe for disaster. Never get any sleep that way. And trust me, I like to sleep. Let me think. There's a nice big double bed that's extremely comfortable. Bedside table on either side. Big black drawer thingy where I keep a lot of my clothes. Hanging rails for the rest of my clothes. And yeah, I don't even have flags up for decoration in my bedroom. Normally I like to decorate by putting different country flags on the wall. Right now I've got the Holy Roman Empire, Ryukyu, Albania, and the Papal States on my walls here in the hobby room. But there's naff all in the bedroom. Used to hang the 13 colonies flag in there. Ah, here we go. Ups a daisy. But nah, bedrooms are sleeping, so no distractions. This is troublesome. I can't maintain the height to get over there. This isn't really a makeable jump, is it? Not that I can tell. So how do I get up to here? Can I jump on this person's head? Maybe you can go around the back of that thing. The big fork up to the sky. Ho ho! There we go. But wasn't there something else I wanted to grab around here? Natürlich. They couldn't find a way not to shoehorn in the forced stealth segment. Yeah, okay, come on. I wonder if you can get so strong in this game that you just destroy these things. Just one smack and down they go. Oh well. Come on, Princess Zelda's on the other side of the Hyrule Castle Gardens. There's some amazing dialogue for just brute forcing certain things. See, that's what I mean about this game being well made. I'm always appreciative of a game that reacts to what you do. And that is the kind of thing I want to look up rather than do. Right, I assume there's some way to raise that so that you're not looking at me. There we go. Down with that sort of thing. Alright, so what was it? Something about shoving these into them? Ah, and then we break them. Fascinating. Yeah, so that one got the element we can break, and then we antivirus you into the other guy, and then I die horribly still. Fascinating. I'm sick of fighting these things, by the way. Why is it just this? $530 damage. It's half my health right there. Alright, come on then. Time to go. Oh, come on! I'm so freaking sick of this part of the game. Ah. Maybe it'll get better if there are even more of these things. It's definitely a good bit of punishment for someone who has not done the side quests. Not that I'd have much of a choice stuck in this area. I guess I could grind. Is all this combat making you care more about the story and its shock twist to the nature of your existence? I've got a shock twist to the nature of this game's existence on my hard drive. Alright, now if you don't mind, chomp, chomp, chomp. Young's right, you could be slave raiding right now. Yeah, think of all the fun we could be having with Conan. To be fair, there were plenty of people saying that game's kind of bad. So maybe we're dodging an even bigger, uglier bullet here. But it's hard to believe that currently. Whew. It's also maybe a reminder that I should be spending some of my 27 circuits. I hate the skill tree so much, though. Just opening it up makes me want to close it. Perfect guard and attack. Completely freeze the enemy. It will take more damage. Well, I haven't been doing much of that. But sure. Take a stand and do massive damage with 3 frozen stars. That must be my second level hit. Yeah, considering how much I'm getting bodied here, let's enjoy some actual defense. We've got a better melee attack for you. Those dash arts, I virtually never use them. Actually, I like that. I'm sick of getting burned all the time. Alright, good enough. Maybe I've been sitting on some good equipment as well and didn't know it. That furry cap feels like it's something I should have replaced a long time ago. Probably same goes for my old woolly socks. Alright, well, maybe next place we go we'll contemplate some upgrades. Oops. Ah. Why? I don't even remember what I took. Not a sausage. I may well be taking different things here. Who knows? You got anything that has defense for me? Yes, you do. And I can't afford it. Okay, good enough. Anything here that's defensive? Just want this stuff spent. Ah, defense. Alright, how about a little cheeky save? Lest that happens again. Looked to me like you could eke around the back of him, but I guess I'm dead wrong. Ah. Also looked to me like that was jumpable, but I should have checked. Tried to jump around him. I meant to hit that. Looks like a dangerous place to be. I think I'd rather ricochet a shot onto it. Oh, bollocks. Depth perception, please. No, I'm not allowed depth perception. Perhaps from here, then. It's even got these leading red bits on the ground for me. Ah. And this whole area has been a remarkable low point in an otherwise pretty good game. But surely, when we crush this, it'll be all up from here. They keep taking me by surprise by being able to look up. And I think I was safe on top of the boxes, but the boxes are not quite high enough. What? Classic Frog saying, mandatory stealth is the worst. The game should at least have allowed you to fight them. Well, somebody was saying that you could brutalize the ones earlier, but this seems absolutely forced. Because the moment they see you, it's just game ogre. But there's no way they were putting this game together and thought, everyone loves mandatory stealth segments, let's have one of those. They must be doing this ironically, which makes it okay. How do I even hit that? Guess I'm just meant to skedaddle over here. I haven't been using the dash arts at all, so the timing's a little off for me. We did it, Pard. How is this section still going? How long have we been here? It said, okay, I'm freaking done then. It's another bloody dungeon. Okay, not done with the game, mind you. I'm just done for today. It's been like 7 hours of this. And it has been in free fall. We'll come back to this tomorrow. We'll get this dungeon slaughtered. And then surely the game will go, alright, done with nasty-ass Expositionville. Time for some good gaming. Whew. Yeah, dungeon. That's good. Jay, give us a plot summary, please. We are some girl stuck in a coma, and clearly what they decided to do was stuck us into some kind of purgatory for crimes that we must have committed whilst we were still sentient. Those crimes must have been pretty bloody bad. Otherwise, they would have put us in the dream state of the Draken world. Anyway, until I am back with more of this tomorrow. I'm going to say potentially after some DDR. I don't want to promise anything there, though. Never do promise DDR. But if I'm up for it, I'll have DDR and then this. Yeah, punish the mind and the body on the same day. Anyway, until then, cheers and cheerio.